Happy Sunday, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Howdy, howdy, all. I hope everybody is having an excellent day. I hope everybody out there, for whom this is applicable, is having an excellent Mother's Day. That's what it is, right? It's one of those. I'm kidding. I knew. I did some nice things. I did some nice things for spawning day. Having a day. A day is better than no day at all, most of the time. I mean, you know, except that with some qualifiers and with a grain of salt. But I'm glad you're having a day. That's something to square hitting that 17-month streak. Jesus, yeah, 17 months, and for some reason, I'm still here. I feel like we could qualify. Like that should be the new message when the bot announces that somebody resubscribed. For some reason, @username is still here. For some reason. It's like getting in the Enertron in Chrono Trigger, you know? HPMP restored. But you're still hungry. But you're still hungry. Doing a little brush cleaning I forgot to do before we get started here. If you're wondering why I'm wiggling my hands out of frame here, it's about time to enjoy my tea. This brush, I think, is just dead. It's disappointing. I didn't spend a lot of money on it. I like to try brushes from a lot of different sources. I've mostly liked the Game Envy ones, but I've had a couple of them go stupid. Though I just had a delivery from Winsor & Newton. I ordered a new Winsor & Newton round miniature number 2, and it's a piece of shit. It has bristles that were packed poorly and were sticking off in random directions. The ferrule isn't glued on properly. Like, maybe that's it for me and Winsor & Newton. Oh, but welcome in everybody. Kursala, GM, Kaylee. Holy moly, there's Time Stop, Data, Nerd, Cookie Mama, Desert Owl, of course, to Squared, Wombat Combat Prime getting that shout out, Project Dark Fox, and Roland. Wonderful to see you as always. Oh. Am I gonna sneeze? Is it gonna happen? It might. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Not a fan of Wookiee steaks. They're kind of chewy. There's no response to that is appropriate other than just sort of a disconcerted groaning sound. I think this brush is just trash. I'm sitting here trying to get a nice point on it. I just don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to put you over here, and then I'm going to forget about you for days, and then I'm going to find you in a few days, and I'm going to go, what did I want to do with this brush? And then I'm going to try to clean it, and then I'm going to go through this whole cycle all over again. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I'm right on the verge of a sneeze, and I have been for like a minute. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Thank you so much for handling the shoutings out. Folks, we got a lot of talent. We got a lot of talent here in this stream, and I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about in chat. We have a chat that is so incredibly populous. Incredibly populous with not just idle viewers, but talented artists, visionaries, 3D sculptors, painters of so many walks, so many forms of media. What's up, Ducky? I still owe people, by the way, if you're one of the people, so as you know, I still owe people some of our giveaway shenanigans. I'm getting the international shipments together now because we had a couple of winners from outside the States, and then those of you who won the Vader models will be getting them once this one we're working on tonight is finished. And that's just because I want a picture of all three before I send my heart out into the world. And also Matt Yee. Wait, what about Yee? What about him? He's not here, is he? He better not be. Didn't we fire him? Oh, and we have all those, and also Matt Yee. Okay, I see it. No, that's a good joke. I'm fine with it. Finish prepping my tea here. Ew, that sounds disgusting, Roland. I'm not okay with that. Like, at all. Just thinking to myself, if I go with oils for mini painting, I won't need an airbrush. And I wouldn't look to the Stynylrez Res primer. Yeah, unfortunately, Emerald Sun, I don't think you're going to escape the airbrush is just a great tool. Do you need one strictly? I mean, no, you can brush on Stynylrez Res. You can do it. But I haven't sent yours out yet, Project Dark Fox. I have not sent yours out yet. But I will confirm address before I do. I've fallen behind on my shipments lately, but I remind people, this is why Steel Warrior Studios handles all of our logistics, because I'm fucking terrible at it. You can brush on Stynylrez Res. You don't strictly need an airbrush, but, I mean, airbrushes are just so useful for so many different hobby-related tasks. Like, I really recommend, if you can have an airbrush, if you have, you know, the room to operate one, I strongly recommend it. I use mine almost exclusively for priming, applying zenithal, and then varnishing. If that's only the three sole tasks that you do, it's worth it. Now, Emerald, they have these little singular unit built-in compressor airbrushes. I don't know if you've seen them. Little wireless ones. You just recharge the battery in them. I've got one of them here on my desk. I was going to say somewhere, but I'm looking at the compressor for it now. They're only like 60, 70 bucks. And as long as you're not doing huge volumes, like if you're doing single individual models, they're great. If you're doing small squads, 4 to 5 models, they're great. If you're doing, yeah, the auto lock, if you're doing multiple groups of 10 at a time, like painting an army, you're gonna want something with more of a dedicated compressor. You do have a compressor, don't know if you need a specific kind. So you do. They tend to come with their own compressor, and they're like specifically geared to go on it. But for instance, the compressor for my auto lock is this. This is the compressor. And the airbrush attaches on top of this, and then you just use this as the unit. And this is just a little battery-powered compressor. I think you can hear it. It's remarkably effective. Tastes like divination. Beats the snot out of using a brush. What do you got snot in your brush for, man? Good lord, what are you using your brushes for, Automat? How you doing, Dweghom? Yeah, hobby-related tasks like airbrushing. It's accurate. Yeah, Kane would be pleased. Not with the fact that, you know, I'm perfectly okay with the modern equivalent of GDI, but at least with my choice of attire and my mug. A nod to the nod. Yes. Enjoy our tea for just a moment. We'll go ahead and get started painting. So I'm falling into a decent flow lately with my painting, which, if you've been with me for the last handful of months, I don't know how much I've shown it, but I've really been in kind of a struggling period. I reinvigorated myself for a little while by getting into oil paints, which has been excellent. And then I kind of faltered. I wasn't really sure what I was going to be painting, and I didn't really have much focus. But I've gotten myself back into a decent painting flow lately by doing that firefight army when I did it, and with the success that I've had with these oil paint jobs on the Vaders that we've been doing. So I've got a good flow of doing like infantry models to tabletop standard paint schemes, and then taking a moment to work on some individual figures. We've got a few done lately that I'm very happy with, so I think we're gonna try to keep that up. I have multiple more firefight armies to paint, and I think that's what I'm going to be doing later this week. I got that GCPS army done in 1 week, which felt good. I think we're going to try that again this week, because I've got my Forge Fathers, my Space Dwarfs, so I think Tuesday we're going to be building those models, the Forge Fathers models from Mantic, and then I think Thursday we're going to be painting them, and I'm going to try to be fucking done with them by Saturday. It is going to be my goal, and then we can, hopefully, if I can get this Vader finished, I have, and I'll show you on the larger camera too, I have the limited edition Luke built up and primed and ready to go, so we're just going to roll right on into that. But more importantly, I do have, I remember I was telling you guys about that sculpting job I was doing from that other streamer, what was his name, like Deckard VS, something like that. I made that bust of him, you know, the one that was like how I feel about how he probably really is, and he's got his finger like all the way up his nose, and he's like blowing snot bubble. Deckard, it's good to see you. How I wasn't expecting you. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the resub. It's really great. I appreciate all of your support, man. That was a fucking... that was terrible. That required so much setup, and I don't even feel like it was funny. How you doing, Deckard? It's good to see you. Where's the Nod Zip? It's literally on the wall behind me. It's too hot in here for that. Yeah, it's on the hook behind me right now. I do have the Nod. I've been wearing it, though. I was rocking that around town lately when we went thrift storing. We went to a sushi place. We went to a bead store, and then we went to a thrift store. It was just nice to get out of the house for a little while. Nocturnal Miniature. Can we get a shout out for Nocturnal? We already did. Oh god, my mods are so much more on top of this than I am. Nocturnal, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Could always show it all. I should. I probably should. You're probably right. It's an amazing job that you guys did on it. The color on it is just perfect. Peace through caffeine. Like I take pictures, like ever, Data Nerd. That's insane. That's insane. Dwegcom, this is technically hydration. This is tea, so it's pretty much all. It's just leaf water with a little bit of lemon in it. I'm gonna count it. Tried to wear one of my BattleTech hoodies. Wait, which one did you wear, Roland? Like, what? Which BattleTech symbol was said the Star League insignia was a white power symbol. Could she have confused it for, like, Stormfront, maybe? Theirs is just kind of like a... It's just like a, not quite an iron cross, but just like an equidistant four-armed cross, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think I've seen a white supremacist symbol that looks like the Comstar logo. That's weird. Here's the thing, Roland. You know what, that story, you could reframe that entire story and tell it a different way. You want to hear the way that I would frame it? I went to the store and I met an idiot. That's the story. It's the whole story. It's a square. The Merrick Eagle is unique enough, and purple. I don't know of any fascist regimes that have had purple as their primary color offhand. And the eagle itself has been used by so many regimes throughout history. Admittedly, those 30s Germans did kind of put the bad vibe on a lot of fun things. But we retain the eagle for the most part. Yeah, Comstar, it's the phone company. Yeah, actually, man, this belongs to a phone company. You must not be paying your bills. Deckard, how have you been, dude? How's life? It's great to see you, and thank you so much for the resub, man. I really appreciate all your support. It's always fantastic to see you in chat. Yeah, you just met an idiot at the store. That's what happened, objectively. I'm glad that I've successfully made the switch to tea, because the coffee was a bit too much for me before the streams. I see people wearing things that are so much more unambiguously shitty than that. I don't even know God, that's so weird. That's so weird. Just of all the things to get to latch onto, I have no explanation. People are stupid. You know? Just about everybody is, except the Broadwater, which we know because they just followed. The Broadwater is a person of a very discerning taste, as far as I can tell, based on all the information that I have. I feel confident making that assertion. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Painting your clone troopers as 501st. Fuck yeah, Dweghum. So the blue, right? Like white armor with the blue, like combat markings and shit. Because that was 501st, right? The red is Shock Troopers, and I think the Shock Troopers are restricted to Coruscant? Is that? I don't know. I'm gradually forgetting all my Star Wars lore. Just one little bullshit detail at a time. Yeah, you know, it's better off not worrying about it, Automat. Everybody's goofy these days. I will never forsake the supersonic bean juice. Don't get me wrong, I love my bean juice, Kaylee. I save it for the morning times when I need it desperately to take me from... I am not a morning person. I've never been a morning person. I know people who are like, get up for the day and they're like, I feel so refreshed and great and let's go for a run. And I'm just... like, I'm barely fucking conscious. When I wake up in the morning, I hate everything. You think I hate everything now? It's only because you haven't been around me in the morning. It's so much worse. I don't want to do anything. Even the things that I like, I'm just like, fuck that, I'm not fucking doing it today. I'm not doing any of it. And then I have like 3 mugs of coffee, and I come around to, maybe we can get out and do a little, we can go for a little run or something. Maybe. If I give myself a treat afterwards, you know? Night owl, always have been. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's like midnight to 3 a.m. I'm super productive. I want to do everything. Midnight to 3 a.m. I say 3 a.m. because I'm cutting myself off from the 4 a.m. mark. That's a bit too much, I find. A coffee-related link. What you got? What you got, Kaylee? I'll accept it. And thank you for asking. I've seen that one before and I love it. That's delightful. Yeah, that's even a bit too energetic for me, if we're being honest. Doctor told you to quit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Have to settle for canned enthusiasm. Well, you know, fake it till you make it that's the saying, isn't it? Hey, Ogrekin, it's good to see you, man. 4 a.m. always feels better. Like, if I let myself, I'll be awake till 4 or 5 a.m. But when I hit the 4 a.m. mark, I just, like, that's the moment when it settles over me. I'm like, oh, tomorrow's gonna suck. Like, I know I'm not gonna be able to get up. I'll get my ass out of bed and I'll go do what I gotta do, but I'm gonna be miserable and the day is gonna go by way too fast and then I won't be able to get a sleep at a reasonable time again, and this is just... 4 a.m. is when I know that I've entered a cycle. And that cycle is going to take effort and discipline to break. And these are two things that I lack. That I have a staggering dearth of. Oh god, data nerd. Yeah, children, am I right? Oof. They're all elastic and energetic, and it just makes me sick. Knew a guy that was in the Navy, taken to the first mate, reported as having a racist tattoo after showing the Imperial... yeah. That's silly. I feel like I get it. You know? Like, the Aquila from 40k I'm more forgiving of because it is specifically designed to resemble a popular fascist logo of the last century. Like, explicitly was designed that way. And it does represent a fictional fascist organization, so it's like, If people mistake it for one, I'm a bit more forgiving, because it's like, okay, alright, sure. As long as there's someone on hand who can go, oh no, that's from a game, it's no big deal. But I don't feel like reporting it is necessarily the wrong thing. Like, you know, that's why the review process exists. See a couple of the Autolock airbrushes. Are they all good, or should I get one in particular? I don't know what model I have. I have the one that costs $70 on Amazon. I haven't looked at the other models. It's the fans that ruin it, Dwegham. It's always the fans that ruin it. Let's go ahead and get started with some painting. What do you say? Oh, damn it. I gotta do my palette. That's okay, it won't take long. We can probably afford to zoom out a wee little bit there, I'm thinking. Stop highlighting that. What are you doing? What are you doing, OBS? What's wrong with you? There we go, that's better. We're going to be working on Vader again tonight, which we made some very good progress on him last time. And I started in with the red OSL. I think I'm going to strengthen that some today. I'm going to finish detailing his black armor. I want to go ahead and get started on his chest box and his little belt lights today. I think we can get that done. I want to detail his eyes. I'm a little nervous about the base. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, it's something I could easily correct. But we're going to go in here and we're going to get started on the base. We're going to detail it some, and we're going to start working in that green OSL. Because I want that to be glowing in the bottom of the floating rocks, and then on his boots and his shins, maybe the bottom of his little skirt here. I don't think we're going to take it much higher than that. Hanatic Mom, welcome in. How are you doing today? It's great to see you. Building the Abomination for the Spire is a pain. It is. It's a pain in the ass to build. I warbled mine around quite a lot to get a pose that I liked out of it. Huffprod, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. And a very happy Mother's Day to you, Hanatic Mom. Where is he? Can I reach it? It's hard to get a natural-looking pose out of the Spire Abomination. I think mostly because his head is not designed to turn, it's designed to be very rigid on his torso. But if you use plastic glue, like styrene plastic cement, you can kind of fudge that a little bit. Like you see, I managed to get his head turned off to the side so that I could rotate his torso, which gives, a lot of modelers don't think about it, but the head to torso thing is important, the rotation of the shoulders. Because if you think about it, the number of times in your life that your chin is pointed directly forward relative to the points of your shoulders is very rare. If you're moving, if you're doing anything, your shoulders are moving and your head is staying kind of locked on to whatever it is you're looking at or focused on. So that's what I kind of did with this guy, was brought his shoulder back for that kind of slashing pose. Like he just slashed with this arm and he's getting ready to come in with the other. Gus Schultz, good to see you. Welcome in. And then I played, because you have all the different options with the feet, so I tried to use all the different styles to really show how he's shifting his weight on his feet here. Like you can see this leg is planted, this leg is sort of lifted up like because he's rearing back with that shoulder, and then these other two are just kind of pushing off the ground. I feel like this is one of the better poses you can get out of the kit without extensive modification like what Walter's Workshop did. It's a neat model. I think it could use a version 2. But it's a very cool model. Really, almost no modification. All I did on this Wombat was really the head and reconfiguring that and kind of smashing it in and putting some extra material so that it would attach. That's the only real mod that I made here. See you slapping that butt. Oh yes, this lady's night, and the feeling's right. I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh man. I had some fun posing the brutes for the spires. I still haven't painted them. They're tricky to pose. I wound up posing mine like they're breakdancing. Which, can I reach them? Why are they on the back of the shelf? Why did I put them on the back of the shelf, you guys? You know what, hold on. Hold on a second, I might make a mess, I don't want you to see. Okay, thankfully it wasn't actually that bad. But this was sort of the best that I could do. Excuse me, with the Spire Brutes. They wind up looking a bit like they're breakdancing, but I just figured looking at them, they're so top-heavy, I'm like, I can't imagine them running real fast on their stumpy little legs and building up enough momentum to really make sense out of what they are. So I figure, okay, what if they ran like gorillas? With those huge weapons on their hands, what if they, put those in the ground and then kind of, jump their feet and throw themselves on their big muscular arms? I think that came out pretty good. The poses look fairly natural. Again, without too much modification. This is no more modification than a couple of cuts and a little bit of pinning. I think I pinned. Yeah, you can see I pinned this guy to the base in 2 places there. I pinned this guy twice through that one piece just so he's got a good stable position. Being blown back by an explosion. No, they're going forward. Yeah, okay. I buy that. I immediately regret this decision. I did get the limited edition Luke done up. You can see him here. I opted not to do the mod that we talked about with the blaster. But I did take... So he comes with 3 versions of his head. He comes with bareheaded, he comes with helmet with visor up, helmet with visor down. So I took helmet with visor down, I cut out all the face pieces, and I glued it to the base, because I like Luke's helmet. I feel like Luke's helmet is iconic, particularly in this scene that this is representing in Empire Strikes Back. But I want to paint him with the helmet off to get the real nice detail out of the model. So I opted to go ahead and put the helmet on the base, and we're going to paint it up. It'll be a nice little splash of orange for the eye lenses, and then I'll be able to freehand can I say this? Like, this is a good idea. I'll freehand the Rebel Alliance logo on there, and the rest of his helmet markings. I think this should look pretty good. This is going to be the next single figure focus that we get to after we finish up Vader. And this was a gift from Orbital Space Laser Jack, who many of you may know from chat. So I'm going to make sure I let him know when I'm painting this so he can watch. That was his requirement. He was going to send me this model, but I have to let him know when I'm painting it. Tried to do all action poses for your brutes where they're mid-swing. That's pretty good. Yeah, and that's the thing, Data Nerd. I like them looking like they're running, like they're about to hit somebody, you know? And I think I'm about ready to take a run at these 2 figures from Warcaster. These will probably be up after Luke. I got them built and primed. This is Baron Moorgrave from Privateer Press's Warcaster. He is a mercenary hero unit that I can use with my Eternus Continuum forces, so I have him on the AC base. He's kind of a silly space vampire in the lore, so I'm thinking about going for just like some straight, like, space Dracula colors on this guy. But he's going to be done in oil, and then I only bring this up because we're talking about Moorgrave, or at least I am. Privateer Press did a limited edition release for Adepticon, which Dr. Rhino was kind enough to get for me, which is Count Moorgrave. Same guy, but in classic space Dracula fashion. I see this as like, now see my true form. He's a bit more flamboyant. He has a big crazy cape on him. He has some banners coming off his back. He's reveling in the slaughter. His sword is a bit more extra. Yeah, we're gonna do him up like Space Leslie Nielsen. Exactly, Dwegom. We're gonna paint them both like Space Draculas. I figure we'll try to make one a little bit more extreme. So what I'm kind of thinking about on this guy is, have you guys seen the painted versions of Horus? Not Horus. Nah, I guess, yeah, they've done it on Horus, but I'm thinking of the new Abaddon the Despoiler and Terminator armor model that people have painted, where it's like he's got that collar on his Terminator armor, and there's red light coming up from below, and it's illuminating, like he's got pale skin, but his face is illuminated from below in red. And I'm thinking about maybe trying something like that with this guy, a lower illumination of red on his face. Definitely some OSL effects. But I figure in the same spirit as we did Vader, I will paint the normal version of him first, just to kind of test a few things out and see how I like to do the details, and then we'll paint the extreme Space Dracula, enough talk, have at you version here, because that's what this is to me. This is, perhaps the same could be said of all religions. And then this is, but enough talk, have at you. You know what I'm talking about. Cyborg space bats. Holy shit, that's a great idea, Dwegom. You're out of your mind. Print off some bats. Oh, fuck! Like a swirl of bats, like coming up. Oh, shit. I could just attach them to the base, too. I wouldn't even really need to add any more basing on here. Just have them starting someplace and, like, swirling around. That's a fucking great idea. Oh, man. Okay. I'm gonna think about that some. I do like that a lot. I never mocked you. I was not being, I in no way was being ironic when I said that the cyborg space bats were cool. I meant that genuinely, because I'm a big fucking nerd. Got a problem with that cape. It's a bit extreme. It's a bit extreme. It's also, this whole figure is metal. This is one big chunk of metal. I mean, it's like 5 chunks of metal glued together, but this is a metal model, and it's fucking incredibly heavy. Incredibly heavy. Dino Man, how you doing tonight? Any wind strong enough to blow the cape and blow his hair all over? The same rules do not apply to Space Draculas. Like, damn it, O'Coral. Don't make me justify this. Even within the universe that this guy exists in, there are nonsense space magic explanations for everything. The whole concept of arcanescence just blows your argument out of the water like a cyborg bat wind, okay? Keep the change, you filthy animal. What's up, Voxel Forge? How you doing? So we'll be doing those guys as single figure focus models. And after I get done with them, I've been thinking more about getting back around to this guy that I meant to start, which is another Warcaster figure called Harlan Sec. I like this model a lot. And I've kind of hesitated on him because I'm not exactly sure how I want to do him. He's going to have lots of blue glow effects, and I'm just kind of pondering how I want to approach it. But I really like this figure. He's wearing like a survival environment encounter suit, and I think it's really neat. Of course, this one is in fucking resin. And if you ask me why Privateer Press couldn't do their nice limited edition model in resin when they do this general release model in resin, I don't fucking know. Economy of scale, I guess. Give me your techno bull. I'll give you whatever kind of bull I want. And I got started, and we are going to go ahead and paint this guy here. I got started assembling. We're going to be doing more of this on Tuesday, but I wanted to go ahead and start on my Forge Fathers for firefights, so I built their tank. And I haven't done a styrene vehicle kit in a while, but there are 3.
You're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not. I'll focus on you here in a second, O'Cool. You won't like it. But the kit for this, the Sternhammer tank for the Forge Fathers, includes enough pieces to build 3 different vehicles, which I really like this kit.
There is the Sternhammer tank, which is this configuration here. It has the option of this big old nasty quad gun, which is pretty badass. Or it has the option of this anti-tank, like, I think it's magma cannon, is what this is called. And I really appreciate that the entire turret is a different piece. It's not like just the gun, so you can build all of the different turrets and then just magnetize them pretty simply, and bam, you're good to go. The only thing I couldn't magnetize is there's a different top and back piece if you want to make this into just an APC. Okay, so I was able to magnetize it so you could build it either as the Sternhammer tank with one of these turrets, or the other version of it is called like the something or other urban assault vehicle, and that comes with the dozer blade that clicks on right there, and then a flamethrower turret that goes on top, and then it can transport 5 dudes, which is exciting to me, because in the context of list building, I can fill this with dwarves with flamethrowers. So now we have a dozer-bladed ramming tank with a giant flamethrower toting 5 dwarves with more flamethrowers? And I don't even care if it's good in the game, I just want it. That's fucking awesome. But it's a good kit. It was actually pretty easy to build, it was easy to magnetize. Even the dozer blade wasn't that tricky. It has like a weird curved connection point you can see here, but I think I'll be able to disguise those magnets pretty well. There we go. But we'll be painting this guy next week along with our dwarfs. I only built 2 other pieces of it so far. I've got to build all my Steel Warriors, but I got the Steel Warrior Huskarl, who you can't really see the details on here because he's just primed black. And then I've got the Iron Ancestor, I think these are called. It's a fairly nice PVC kit for like a dwarf dreadnought, and I think it's adorable that it's physically significantly smaller than the mechs for the other factions. And I was like, why is it so much? Oh, because they're dwarves. Because the dwarf himself just doesn't take up that much room inside. Okay, fair enough. I like that one of his arms is just a big nasty hammer. That seems appropriate. Looks like Thunder Tank from Thundercats. Does it really, Webby? I can't remember the last time I saw any of the vehicles from Thundercat. It does have kind of a killdozer thing to it, doesn't it? I've been thinking about this paint scheme too. We went with just orange to start with. I might modify that some, add in some white for some visual interest. I realize that in doing orange, I kind of limit my ability to do like flame effects, but I want to do a flame effect in this barrel, and I'm thinking maybe blue. If it's going to be orange, I don't want to do red and orange flame effects, but maybe blue flame effects. That could be cool. Either way, it was a really nice, easy build, and I can modify it between being 2 different vehicles, so I'm really very happy with the Forge Fathers kits so far. If I 3D print the figures, Huff Prod, the answer is quite often yes. Not all the time. A lot of the time I'll just be painting stuff that I like this limited edition Vader we're going to be doing here in just a second. These Forge Fathers stuff, this is all from Mantic, but I 3D print a lot of figures. Anytime, like, my bases are almost always 3D printed. For instance, the bases I have on these guys, these are all 3D prints. If I'm painting 3D printed stuff, a lot of the time it's my own designs, too. But it depends. It depends on what I'm working on. Walter's Workshop. When do we get to play Night... Why don't we play Nightcrawlers anymore, Walter's Workshop? Why? We're not making memories anymore, and, you know, that's a hurtful thing for me. Thank you so much for that resub, Walter's Workshop. 15 whole months. Holy moly, welcome in. Thank you so much for getting that shout out. Folks, I recommend a lot of people. I recommend you follow a lot of people here on Twitch, because there are a lot of very, very talented artists and creators, and everybody has different strengths. But I do like to give a little bit of a focus to the people out there who are not just talented artists, but talented presenters with really just wonderful personalities, welcoming communities, and overall great streamers. And Walter's Workshop, man, he ticks every single one of those boxes, and a few more. So make sure you get on over there, give him a follow, check out his next stream. Please, do yourself a favor and check out his next stream. If you haven't already, though, admittedly, if you're around here, there's a solid chance that you have. Rangonius, 6 months. Holy moly, thank you so much for that Prime sub, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you very, very much for your support. Get this cut here. That's why I do it, Walter's Workshop, is to make you self-conscious. And then next time you stream, you're going to be thinking about it. You'll be like, I have to live up to what Thunderhead said. I have to. And then you'll slip up. And before long, I'll be the only Twitch streamer. Yeah. I probably shouldn't just lay my plans out like that, admittedly, if I want them to succeed, but... You know, hubris, I suppose. Who says I'm not in a tub right now? You don't know. Subtly spell out extra. Yeah, so like if you look at it from a particular angle, like Vergaderung's fucking crazy ass dazzle camo that he did, you look at it from a particular angle and the bats spell extra. You got me, Data Nerd. I don't. I genuinely don't. This is the most attention I want. Most of the time in my life, I'm like, everybody leave me alone. Don't even think about me. Wet palettes, just a tub for paint. I'm gonna use that. Oh, I did also finish these, in addition to the 40 fucking infantry that I did between Thursday and Friday, which of course none of you saw because I was out with a fucking migraine, but I sat down the next day and just started going. I painted 40 infantry in one day. I'm pretty happy with it, but I also went ahead and got these done, which are just for Mantic's Dead Zone. There are little crate tokens that come with the game. And you go into a cube that has one, and then you pick it up, and you flip it over and find out what it is, and you can use it. So these little crates fit the tokens in the bottoms of them. So you can put these out on the board and then go in and grab one and flip it, and this is the token that you get to spend. I thought these were kind of neat. Just adding a little bit more 3D to the gameplay. My wet palette had mold. Oh god, that explains so much. Matt Yee's been over there just breathing in the spores. Man, oh man. How do you get the token out? You don't. You can, like if you work a blade into the edge, you can kind of wiggle it out, Dweghom. But for the most part, you shouldn't need to. Matt Yee, how you doing, man? Other than growing a culture in your wet palette, how are things, my friend? We are doubly blessed today. We are doubly blessed. More than doubly, really, but in the sense of having some very, very talented, specifically talented streamers. Because let me tell you, folks, there are some great painters out there. There are some painters out there who are like blow your fucking mind amazing. Some of them are even really, really good content creators on top of it. But not necessarily great streamers. Streaming is a different skill than just painting. Painting while streaming is yet another horrible Venn diagram of skill that you have to build. And Matt Yee is not only an incredibly talented painter, I really, really like the way that he works, but damn it if it isn't one of the most amusing streams to be in on all of Twitch. Folks, go give that man a follow. Go check out some of his VODs. Go check out some of his clips. They won't be embarrassing at all. We never clip embarrassing things that he does. That would be mean. Why would we want to embarrass Matt Yee? That's just crazy. That doesn't even sound like me, and frankly, I resent the implication. How you doing, Yee? It's good to see you. Alright. I need to grab a touch of yellow ochre to start off with today. Do just a little bit of work on the base, and then we're going to move up and start doing the rest of the figure. That reminds me, I need to open up a reference photo or two that I have, since I'm painting a specific character and all. Before I forget, it's all about the implication. I have this amazing t-shirt, Walter's Workshop, that it's Jaws, you know, with the boat and then the shark coming up, but the shark is Dennis and the boat is the houseboat with the wacky inflatable tube man on it. And it just says the implication. It's amazing. It also, like, looks ridiculous, and I feel like it looks horrible if you don't get the joke, so I don't wear it very often, admittedly. Alright, there's my Vader reference. Mostly just so I know what color the beeps and the boops on his chest are. I don't even know if this is accurate. Now that I'm looking at it, I would swear there are some blue lights on Vader's chest. Could anyone confirm that for me real quick so I don't have to grab my keyboard? The reference here that I have has the switches on the bottom as red and then white, which I think is right, and then the vertical lights are red and then it's green and red. I would swear there was a blue on his chest. I know that on his belt it's mostly green. Not at all, Trotsky. You still have plenty of time. I would have sworn there was blue on his chest, but I could be wrong. It might just be red and green. Oh well, either way. Oh, good luck to you, Dweghum. Oh, that sounds real fun. That sounds real fun, man. You enjoy that. It changed through episodes. Give me Empire Strikes Back, Walter's Workshop. Oh, there's all four of them. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, alright. So by the time we get to 5 and 6... Hold on. Oh, episode... I was like... For some reason, episode 3 I was reading as A New Hope. Okay, alright. So that was... He was green in Revenge of the Sith. And by the time we got to Empire Strikes Back, that had turned to blue. That's why I'm thinking there's blue, is because I always think of Empire Strikes Back. Alright, yep, we'll do it. We'll do ESB. We'll do Empire Strikes Back. Why? Because it's the best Star Wars movie. Thank you very much. And then we need to work up his belt buckle a little bit too with some grays I'm feeling. And his eyes too. Well, let's get to work. Start off with that yellow ochre. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, here we go. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at it, I forget what I'm doing regularly. That's how good I am. Depending on the lighting sometimes. Yeah, that's a fun thing about Star Wars costume. Star Wars costuming is the first place that I got into the study of costuming and prop making. I think that's true for a lot of people, though, to be fair. And, yeah, the costumes changed a lot based on... Like, trying to figure out what color Imperial Naval Officer uniforms even are with the lighting that they used in the movies and the color grading they did is almost impossible. And when you see the material in real life, it doesn't look anything like it looked in the movies. And then you realize stuff like Darth Vader's helmet has a pattern on it. It has a painted pattern where, like, one of his upper cheek plates is gray and the other one's black. And then the opposite lower cheek plate is gray and the other one's black. And then there's, like, this little gray pattern on one side of his jaw that isn't there on the other. It's there, Trotsky. Go fucking look it up. You will never notice it in the movies, because the few times you can see it, it just looks like light playing off of his helmet. But he has a pattern on his helmet. It is not just black. I don't bother painting it, because most people don't know it's there, and it never shows up, so it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of a fun bit of trivia. I've been printing Thunderhead bases and their circles. Matt Yee, what happened? Did you find out what the actual problem was? Because I'm terribly curious. How much do you thin your oil paints? Depends, Emerald Sun. So, when it comes to thinning oil paints, what you have to remember is always fat over lean. You always want to do fat over lean for a number of reasons. I think one of the most important being that you want your lower layers to dry quicker than your upper layers, because if you have paint that is curing on top of uncured paint, it's gonna crack and it's gonna go funny. So you want to start like the first paint that you put down on a paint job. If you're going to be working over it, you want to make sure it's good and lean in this context means thinned with solvent. So whatever comes out of your tube, then you thin that with some solvent, and that's what goes down first. And then you do fat over that. And in this context, fat is more oily. So you want to go ahead and essentially thin your paint less and less as you work to the final step of painting. So like the last bits of painting that you do in a session, you should be putting down paint that is almost straight out of the tube. That's going to be the fattiest you want. Now, if you want to go further than that, you can add more oil to your paint, which will make it even fattier. But you generally won't need to do that. So I say start thinned with solvent, start really quite thin, and then get sort of thicker and fattier as you go. Bitter Brush, thank you so much for the raid, man. How did the rest of your stream go, dude? I only had a chance to stop in for a few minutes. How them Nurgly boys? Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. Ren Momo, it's always good to have you here.
Look at my brush after using oils, makes my brain stronger. I love the taste of cadmium in the morning. Tastes like cancer.
Finished the rest of the Poxwalkers? Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. 8-Bit Sweater, welcome in. Are we getting shoutouts? We got shoutouts for Bitter Brush. We get shoutouts for 8-Bit Sweat. 8-Bit, dude. This fucking guy. One of my favorite streams to chill in, too. I feel like sometimes it seems like I'm just shouting out and complimenting everybody regardless of their actual talent. I don't want to give that impression. We just have a lot of really fucking talented people that, for whatever reason, hang out in my chat fairly often. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to point out how talented they are. Because, man, if you're not following Bitterbrush, if you're not following 8-Bit Sweater, what are you even doing on Twitch? These guys are dynamos. I'm glad you like it, 8-Bit. I did all those in like one fucking day. I went a little crazy and I just painted 40 models in like a day. It's absurd. I'm gonna try to repeat that performance this week. We're gonna see if it works. I got my, I was just showing people, I've been building my Forge Fathers for Mantic. I got a Strike Force of Forge Fathers that needs painting. Go walk to Sushi. Oh, give Sushi a little scritch for us, will you?
I have also acquired the hot leaf water. Fantastic.
Fantastic. Eternal, welcome in. It's good to see you. Alright, I guess we'll start doing some finer work here. I'm gonna need some radiant white, so I'm gonna squeeze a little bit out of my giant tube. We are all slow painters, 8-Bit. It's just every now and then, if we pray, if we supplicate ourselves properly, then the light of our Savior will fill us with inspiration, and on that day, we will paint an entire army. I am, of course, talking about James Wapple, our Lord and Savior, the supreme paint master, who died for our sins. That's died, D-Y-E-D, died for our sins. We get a lot of confusion about that one, so I think it's important that I spell it.
Pretty sure that's against the Twitch TOS. Oh, yeah. We like to push the envelope around here, Broadwater.
Praise be to James Wobble. Where the fuck is my indigo? There it is. A little bit of indigo.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
So now my paint has mostly cured on this guy, so I'm going to come in with a little bit of indigo over the parts that I want to bring up to a white or a gray. And I'm just laying down sort of a fresh glaze that I can start to work white into without going straight to white. A little thinner than that. Art of Bianca, oh my. How are you doing today? I so rarely see you in chat, but it's always a pleasure when I do. It looks like I'm doing literally nothing, which, to be fair, I kind of am. But we're laying groundwork, okay? Actually, I don't know that I need to do it over a little bit. A little bit's healthy. And the joy of painting minis. Holy crap! How many of the cool kids are going to stop in today? My ego's going to grow out of control. Prepping for the next string. Yeah, I would imagine you're pretty busy. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to stop in. It's always a pleasure to see you. Get that belt buckle started. This is the cool kids table? Oh no. Oh, what have I become? This radiant white has such intense potency, I tend to try to be a little delicate with it. Just a hanger-on. I think that's what we all are, Bianca. We're all hangers-on and coattail riders, and in some cases we're riding each other's coattails, which, don't ask me how that works, but apparently it does. Case in point, I'm riding Dr. Rhino's coattails, and I think he's kind of riding mine. We're just going in a circle. What's up, Rhino? How you doing, man? No. Oh.
I'm trying to figure out which one this is.
Like a GoBot or something? I don't know. It's something intended to capitalize on the popularity of Transformers. It could be one of a million things.
They're brothers.
No. We're clones at best. We escaped from Project Cadmus around the same time. Different tubes is all. How you doing today, Rhino? It's good to see you, man. Folk are determined to find out how many shoutings out I've got in me still today. I've done so many of them. But I would be remiss if I did not recommend you go check out Dr. Rhino. Check him out good and long. The man is a great streamer, a talented and prolific painter, puts the rest of us a little bit to shame. And we've been doing some recording lately, some podcastery. So if it tickles your fancy to hear the two of us rambling inanely about various movies and shows, go check that out. That's one of multiple toy lines that were attached to the Robotech brand at a certain point. Because they did, like, Robotech models... Yeah, they did Robotech models around then that were from other shows, too. So God only knows what the hell that is. Oh, thank you. God damn it, 8-Bit. Why do you have to bring that up? Choose another thumbnail, for God's sake. It literally gives you multiple options, and you went with just the worst possible one.
I hear Dr. Rhino paints slowly.
Oh my god. Dr. Rhino's like, I don't do non-metallic metal, so I'm gonna do an entire army of non-metallic metal in a week. Yeah, he paints so slow. Dr. Rhino is why I'm so self-conscious when I do paint fast. It's why I feel the need to be like, I painted fast this week, damn it. Get off my back. A little thinner for what I'm doing, please. Thank you. God, I just finished watching Severance Season 1 last night. That fucking show. That fucking show, you guys. You have no idea. It's so fucking good. Actually, you might have an idea if you're watching it. I suppose that's possible. I didn't know what to expect from it, but what I'm getting out of it is just magnificent. I'd warn you if you're going to start it, it's on Apple TV. It ends on a major cliffhanger for Season 1, but it has been approved for a second season, so I think that we are going to get a resolution to it. Which is important. It's important to have that closure. Officially lost all credibility for the sweet, sweet money. You didn't sell out, you bought in. Come on. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, 8-Bit. That one comes up so regularly around the house for me. Want to have some sloppy steaks? Oh my god, that cracks me up so much every single time. Sloppy steaks? No, please, please, no more sloppy steaks. I think, like, it's in, like, the second episode, the one where he tries to eat a hot dog stealthily during a business meeting. Where he's got, like, a hot dog up the sleeve of his shirt, and he's just kind of, like, he's, like, leaning off like this, trying to act like he's nodding off, and he's eating a hot dog out of the sleeve of his shirt. Like nodding off during a meeting is somehow better than eating a hot dog. And then he chokes on it, yeah. That dude is funny as hell. Yeah, I think You Should Leave on Netflix is absolutely worth watching. If you enjoy sketch comedy shows and you have kind of a raunchy sense of humor, you'll enjoy it. You gotta give! If your dad has a recipe, it's definitely not for the same sloppy steak, because in this context, a sloppy steak is just the steak that you order at a restaurant, and then you dump a glass of water on top of it before you eat it. That's sloppy steaks. It is a type of comedy that it's like The Matrix. You cannot simply be told. You have to take it in. You must walk the path. I can only open the door. You are the one who must walk through it. Ugh, these little pieces are so small. When's the next Vader? So there might be another one, Matt Yee. There's one Vader that I still need to paint, and I don't know that it exists yet, and I keep saying I might have to sculpt it myself. And it is the Ralph McQuarrie / Star Wars Rebels style Vader. I would love a mini in that style. Which, if you haven't seen it, I suggest you jump on Google and look it up. It was the way that Ralph McQuarrie, the concept artist in the I think he did the art in the late 1960s, did Vader. His helmet has a much more dramatic shape to it. The Widow's Peak comes down much, much further. The arches of the eyes are much higher. Yeah, he looks much more like a dark samurai. And that's also the way that they animated him in Star Wars Rebels. And I would love to paint a Vader in that style. I'm a big fan of the original artwork of Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston.
Angry Eyes Vader.
I haven't found any of them Happy Heretic, which I was honestly kind of surprised. You would think that you would see more of them. Though we are... I think the next thing we're going to paint after Vader is going to be this here. This here Luke Starkiller, as you may know him. Another limited edition figure. HuffProd, absolutely thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a great day. Hope to see you again. I realize this is not the most interesting part of model painting, doing these super fine details, but it adds a little something if you take the time. And then the last switch is going to be in red, and then we got red, blue, red, 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 red. And then these need to be green. Yeah, I believe that, Gus Schultz, that there's an action figure. Just based on the fact that that's how they animated him in Rebels, and they made everything in Rebels into action figures.
Beware the Batman.
I never watched Beware the Batman. I remember when it was on, and I just wasn't into watching cartoons at the time. I think I was away at Army when Beware the Batman was on. All right, let's pull out. There it is, alizarin crimson, that's what I'm looking for. Dr. Rhino. You know what, Dr. Rhino, that joke gets funnier every time. It never gets old. You should tell it 1,000 more times. Hey, don't worry about thanking me, Ogrekin. I got paid, buddy. Let's use alizarin crimson for a few things. Most notably, I'm going to work some of this into my shadows for my red OSL to strengthen it a little bit, because Punexpected Painting was making a point when he was looking over my Vader that we think of OSL as something that's like an edge highlight that only rides on high surfaces, but it should affect shadows as well, depending on the angle. So I'm going to try to work some red into my shadows and see how it holds up. I also want to strengthen my red OSL today anyway, so let's get started on a red, shall we? No, I was Army. Whatever. It's not like I fucking, like, a translator, you know? I might as well have been.
Oh, Dr. Rhino.
Tri-tip and corn in the oven? Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh my god. I've been doing, like, meal replacements all day. Trying to keep my brain occupied with hobby today since it's Mother's Day and my mom. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Phaedros. Well, we're painting Vader. Maybe that'll help distract you some. Oh, I just realized another part I need to do in white. I'll come back to it in a minute. Alright, so we're doing our switch over here in red. Let's go ahead and very delicately apply our alizarin crimson. Not really going to see it so much over this dark blue, but it'll become more apparent when I'm able to work in some stronger reds to highlight. I might jump all the way to cadmium scarlet. Now, I realize that the designers of these miniatures didn't have this in mind when they did it. Obviously, they didn't create Star Wars. I do just think it's funny that the Star Wars Legion game has been essentially marketed to the, like, newbie hobbyist crowd. Like, Star Wars fans, not necessarily tabletop gamers. And I think Star Wars has some of the most difficult to do paint jobs in all of fiction. Glossy black armor with glowing red swords and little light-up beeps and boops. Armies of glossy white armor. Like, holy crap. It's ridiculous. Paint jobs I wouldn't feel comfortable with. Fair Service, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. 20-ish Primaris in front of me, keeping me busy. Fuck yeah, Phaedros, get after it, buddy. I did 40 infantry on Friday, Saturday. It can be done. Primaris are I don't want to say, I'm not like saying, oh, you should paint harder things. I'm just saying, Primaris are well-made models and they're easy to paint. You get yourself into a good groove, you should be able to knock those out, buddy. For those who don't know better, they just paint with gloss white and gloss black spray paint. Yeah, a lot of people do that, Sumatha, and I try to always advise against it. It never looks good. Like, I understand the logic of trying it, but it never looks good. Never, ever, ever, ever. Has never, will never. By the way, Sumatha, good to see you. I watched your YouTube video of that fucking, was that a record? Was that a course record? What was that? I don't know dick about racing, you know that. But I saw it and I was like, wow, look, he's going fast. Then I kept thinking as I watched it was I would just crash it. Like, I wouldn't even know what the cones meant. I saw you, like going through different zones and, like, you knew which cone indicated which side. And I'm like, I would have just run over. Like, I would have been, like, just shit. I hate painting Marines. So monotonous. You know, at least when painting Space Marines, I would say, fair. At least when painting Space Marines, compared to some, like, big Horde armies, you don't have to do that many of them. I appreciate painting Space Marines insofar as they tend to use fairly bright colors, and you have a chance to really kind of push saturation. Colors that don't make a lot of sense on more traditional military units. But then I'm an Imperial Fists guy. So that might have something to do with it. I like NIDS. Lots of organic surfaces. You can just dry brush the shit out of NIDS. I'll paint Marines for commissions, but not for myself. See, I'm like the opposite. If I don't like painting things, I definitely won't do them for commissions. Of course, I don't really paint on commissions, so I guess I can't really weigh in too much on that. I have in the past, but not so much anymore. I'm gonna punch up our OSL a bit today. I want it to be stronger. Work in some of that alizarin crimson, and then we can work it back up to a cadmium red. I can see building on commission Ogrekin, but I really enjoy it. Finished a Bellacore for your Etsy, so fair service. Dude, I know that you're new to the stream, and there might be a few people new to the stream right now, so I figure I'll go ahead and let you, like Appletron Studios, for instance. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We do a bit every single stream called the Storm Report. And if you'd like to share some of your work with us, I would absolutely love for you to share it. It's just kind of like a little art review segment. You can get critique if you want it, or if you just want to show off, that is fine too. It's so easy to participate in. If you're interested, all you got to do is hop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access via the ! Discord command, or by hitting the button down there below my smiling face. Hop into the Discord, check out the rules for the Storm Report. It's in its own channel called Storm Report Rules. Jump into the channel marked The Storm Report and post up a picture for us to see. We'll take a look at it towards the end of the stream and give you some commentary if you like it. Or just ooh and ah over it. We can do that too. Picking up Gambit from MCP. Trying to OSL myself. I mean, steal away. Because all I've done is steal tricks of other people, and I'm still experimenting with doing decent OSL. But working on strengthening what I've already got here a little bit. Because it's pretty subtle, and I'd like it to be a little stronger. Alright, O'Coral. You take it easy, man. Took reference from Tim Curry and Legend. I can think of far worse places to take inspiration from. Fantastic, Emerald. I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. Alright, let's get that little spot of white that I missed earlier. We'll go up to CAD red. And by spot of white, I mean I forgot that he has little silver dealy boppers on his lightsaber hilt. Wait, O'Coral, are you streaming right now? Is that something that's happening? And, like, why did I not know that? Oh my god, really? Hold on. Am I following you on Twitch? I didn't know that you streamed ever. Why didn't I know that, O'Coral? Oh my god, there he is. Playing Star Wars Galaxies of all things. I'm gonna lurk. I'm gonna lurk while I stream. How about that? I listen to you arguably more than I should. let's not get crazy here. That's not an actual quote, Kursala. I didn't say that. I implied it. And technically, I didn't even think it, I just did it. And there's a difference. Yeah, I know the feeling, joy of painting minis. And I do, man, I try to give everybody the attention that I want to. But it's an absolute truth of being a streamer and then having other people who stream. Like, it is fucking hard for me to do all this and also find the time to catch everybody. Let's get a little phthalo green kicking here. God damn, why is this the only one that seizes up like this? Okay. Oh, I hate how big the nozzle is on these artist oil colors. It's like fucking, it's ridiculous. It's like a dime. I'll just go ahead and drop that on the floor. I wasn't going to use it again anyway. Use this phthalo green as a base for some of our other little light up dealy boppers on the belt.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Can
it's not
and I
like
will.
we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can and I will. Just you watch me. I guess it's 2 green and a red from what I'm seeing. Zaffer Art, how you doing? Working on your Tau models, eh? How's that going? I like Tau models. They're fairly stylish. I haven't painted Tau in decades at this point, but I always like seeing them. And we need a touch more red. Please do, and if you feel like posting some to the Storm Report, I would love to see them. I'd certainly love to show them off. So Emerald Sun Dice, I start the Storm Report at just about the same time every time. Insert snarky responses from chat here. 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so in just about an hour and a half. Shit, I'm not going to get as much done on this model today as I thought I was. Oh well, as long as I get some detailing done, I'll be happy. I kind of need to rebase him before I do the green OSL from below anyway, so maybe that'll work out. See, there it is. There it is. Someone told someone I liked Tau. They asked if I also liked anime, and I felt called out. Then you should have come back at them with, "No, you idiot. They're not Japanese. They're racist caricatures of the Chinese." And then you would have won that argument. Presumably. Gotcha! You can't even focus your racist caricatures properly. Sometimes I do Joy of Painting minis. Sometimes I sit down and I'm just like, and do a whole bunch. Now, none of us are Wapple level. Because Wapple's Wapple, praise be his name and long may he reign. But, he's, you know, I guess I'm not willing to make the deal with the devil that he did, ultimately, is what it comes down to. try Cadmium Scarlet. I don't think I want to go anywhere lower than that. I think Cadmium Scarlet and then a touch of Radiant Lemon is what's going to seal my reds. Yeah, I wouldn't make that deal with the devil, is me just encoding no devil would offer me that deal, as far as I can tell. And I... Please, please, devils, please. Please offer me the deal. I've painted multiple Vaders now, and these little chest buttons are easily my least favorite part. Every single time. I go cross-eyed doing work this small. And still trying to make it pop. Huh? Vader likes his buttons to pop. We're getting there, though. If he gets one button wrong, so help me God, I'll jump through that screen and I'll give him such a fonging. Such a fonging. Fantastic. I look forward to seeing him. When does that fucking Obi-Wan show come out? That's pretty soon, isn't it? The premiere. I feel like it's maybe next month? End of this month? Something like that. The 27th. I'll hear pretty soon. Leaf Painting. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Oh. Camera, like I watched my camera freeze that time. Magnificent. Well done.
Welcome to tonight's Storm Report. Coming to you live from inside the mayor's house. Because it's time to reveal the truth. Bruce Wayne.
We hung out and watched Batman yesterday. That's what we're referencing. If you haven't seen The Batman, that is a reference to it. Resistance biking a bit, then painting. God, Leaf, you make me feel so lazy. Don't get him started with the dad jokes. Don't get him started. Don't get him started on any jokes. It's not gonna end well. Alright. Let me go... just some straight CAD red here. And for those of you getting started in oil painting, I will recommend that you avoid anything that says hue in the title. Those are always not artificial, but replacement pigments for common toxic pigments that are non-toxic. If you're going to get into oil painting, I advise you just get used to handling toxic paint, because there is no replacement for cadmium. It's just, like, you can get close to it, but it's never quite the same, and it'll never mix the same. Oh, you know what? I'm just knowing that you guys wanted to join us is more than enough for me. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, that's not help. Oh, man. 2 sets of 20 planks, 2 separate 30-second intervals. 2 sets, hold on. Jumping jacks and 30-second planks. 2 sets of 20 planks and 2 separate... 2 sets of 20 jumping jacks, I assume is what you meant. Okay, I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Fine. Dr. Rhino is helping. It really genuinely is, because I am a lazy son of a bitch. But if someone tells me to do it, and I can just blame them for it, it works out better for me in the long run. Oh, I was too busy knocking mine out after a 5K run. My name's Dr. Rhino. That's what you sound like sometimes, you know that? I should probably focus my camera. That's an idea, huh? Just blend that red right out. Trying to strengthen it, so I'm trying to kind of widen its area a bit and saturate it a little bit more heavily. Not too far, though. Speaking of Christopher Walken, there's another performance I was not expecting out of that show Severance. I didn't even know he was in it. But Christopher Walken and John Turturro both have really surprisingly powerful and interesting roles in that first season of Severance. Wait, what is that Gimmish car? Hold up. The photos of me failing to steal Steela's tiny... Hold on now, the tiny... There's no proof that I don't have the tiny Stein right now. I'm not going to show it to you because then she'll know where it is. Come on. Come on. Gray Ronin knows what I'm talking about. That's why he followed the channel. And thank you so much for the follow, Gray Ronin. Welcome to the stream. The Thunderhead lore grows. Bizarrely, it does seem to keep doing that. I have no good explanation for it. Thanks, Rhino. I really appreciate it. That's what every streamer, like, deep down, like, we won't say it, you know? But everyone wants to hear it. Every streamer is thinking, God, I wish people would tell me how bored they are hanging out in my stream. I wish they'd stop pretending to be enthusiastic, stop pretending to have a good time, and just tell me how fucking boring I am. Oh, God. That honesty, that's what really gets me. I think the stronger red is a good idea. We'll blend it out a little bit here in a second, but I was just looking at photos and thinking how kind of weak the OSL looked. Every artist is a diva. You know, there's some truth to that. I was criticizing Patrick Stewart the other day very loudly and kind of violently because I'm not at all a fan of, like, Star Trek Picard, and I realized as part of this rant that, like, I feel like all actors have a, like, how could you be an actor and not have a certain level of ego? How can you be an actor and not love yourself to the point that you think other people should look at you too? I'm like, I guess that kind of makes sense. I can't really fault him for that. Order pizza and they sent the wrong item? Cancel the whole order? Oh, fuck yeah, free pizza. That's awesome. How you doing, Dodge? It's good to see you, man. Just sing for us. I don't sing. All art is partially biographical. You're not wrong. I would say even this right here, this is... I'm doing this for a reason, and it has more to do with my childhood than it does have to do with Star Wars Legion. Got a new mug today, aka new paint cup, because I don't drink coffee, Star Trek themed with a quote from Data. What quote is it? What quote is it? You have to tell me what quote. You can't just say that, Walter's Workshop. A quote from Data. What quote? What episode, man? Come on. Tell me the episode, or give me just part of it. I am functioning within normal parameter. Oh, that's like a quote from like a bunch of different episodes. Sing, my angel of music. Sing for me! You guys don't want me to do Phantom of the Opera. I fucking love Phantom of the Opera. Oh shit, now it's stuck in my head. I deeply resent this. One of my favorite Data quotes, and it mostly is how it's delivered, is in the episode, it's the one where they go to the planet and they get their memories erased. No. It's, shit, what's it called? It's the one with Kelsey Grammer. I like just watched it the other day, where they're stuck in the time loop and the Enterprise keeps getting destroyed, and they manage to send a signal back in time, but they all start getting deja vu. They all start remembering things that they shouldn't as they go through the time loop over and over again. And there's one scene when they're all getting much closer to remembering, and they're naming the cards that Data is going to deal as part of the poker game. And there's just this great line from Data, and it's all in his delivery as he's like kind of looking at what's going on. He goes, because they just named like, okay, you're going to deal a queen, now you're going to deal a jack, now it's going to be a 2, and they do this cause and effect. I think that's right, Sumitha. I think that's right. And he just says, this is highly improbable. They're naming it. They're like, oh my god, something's going on. And Data just goes, this is highly improbable. And again, it's not just the line. It's mostly the delivery. Oop, you know what? I missed the red entirely on his shoulder, and that is crazy. I am glad I was looking at that, because I was like, there's something missing here, and yeah, there would be red reflected in his shoulder piece here, big time. Fifth season was like the best. Seasons 3 through 6 are just fantastic, just magnificent all around, but I think Season 5 has the most consistent quality. I would argue that Season 2 probably has some better individual episodes, but as far as consistent, top-to-bottom quality, it's hard to beat Season 5. Alright, let's grab some Radiant Lemon. Let's do some final highlights on our red, yeah? We don't talk about that fucking episode, Sumitha. That was like Season 6, okay? She bangs like an energy ghost that used to be banging her grandma? Yeah, that's a weird fucking episode. Dr. Pulaski's honestly... I think I like Dr. Pulaski more than Crusher, because Pulaski was more willing to tell everybody off. She was more willing to bring up, like, Captain, you're full of shit. Pulaski had almost no filter, and I liked that about her. I don't really feel like, if I'm being honest, I don't think Dr. Crusher is that great of a character. She's like an accessory character to Captain Picard. Because, like, I feel like a lot of her storyline interest just comes from the fact that her and she's one of the only female characters that Picard has sexual tension with that is a regular. She's no Vash, you know? She had no tact, and I love the shit. I mean, yeah. She was very to the business, you know? Like the relationship with the crew members Dr. Crusher had, but as a solo character, I like Pulaski far more, yeah. And that's the thing, like, comparing them, it's not fair to say that, like, Dr. Crusher isn't good, because she is good. It's just that Pulaski is more interesting in that role. We've done a few. We're gonna do more, Rhino. Tell me when, man. I shouldn't say always. I'm often good to record. I want to talk the Warriors and Streets of Fire with you, buddy. Yeah, that's Vosh, Walter's Workshop. And now, no, there was also... Well, everybody had sexual tension with Jean Grey because she was like a living sex pot. But there's also, do you remember the female astrometric science officer that was assigned for one episode? And he had like serious romantic interest with her, and the climax of the episode was that he had to order her into he had to order an away team that was probably gonna die. And he like couldn't bring himself to put her on the team. And it was after that that he was like, you have to leave the ship. Like, we can't do this, because I had to do my job today, and I was faced with sending people to their deaths, and I could not send you. It interrupted my ability to do my job, and that has to be my top priority. I cannot play favorites when it comes to the crew, but I can't not play favorites when it comes to you. And as I say this out loud, I realize, like, this is a great episode to illustrate just how dog shit the Picard show is. Compared to the character of Jean-Luc Picard that was built up in the series. I've heard Star Trek TNG referred to as competence porn. And I tend to agree. It's like, oh my god, look how professional and competent all these officers are. It's amazing. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Damn it. I need some white spirits from the bottle. I like DS9 and TNG for very different reasons. They're both great. I feel like TNG has better standalone episodes and 2-episode arcs than DS9 does. And a stronger final episode by far, but I feel like that's cheating, because the last episode of DS9 is horseshit. But I think DS9 has better serialized story arcs overall. Like multi-season arcs. I think those are better, and the characters as an ensemble, I think, are more interesting. There we go. That should be about where I want it. Misspelled the Orville. God, right? That comes back soon, doesn't it? Orville Season 3 premieres like next month or some shit. Now, Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek movie, and not the best Star Trek show. Also, I am Gimli. Did I thank you for following me 10 minutes ago? I might have missed it. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome to the channel. I just looked at my alerts, and I was like, oh, I don't think I said anything about that. I try to make everyone feel welcome. How about Farscape? Farscape has fuck all to do with Star Trek. Don't get me wrong. I love Farscape. It has fuck all to do with Star Trek, Gimishkar. It's a completely different style of show. I will tolerate a lot of tomfoolery, okay, but I will draw the line at comparing Farscape to literally any Star Trek, except maybe not even Enterprise, not even Voyager. They're just different. Babylon 5 greater than DS9. What? What the hell? What are you doing, Dr. Rhino? Are you just being an intentionally, like, subversive and problem-causing influence in my chat right now? Are you looking to start fights? It's Dr. Rhino of Ash. Get him. Just saying, how about this other show I know something about? Fair enough, Gimishkar. I like Farscape. I don't think I finished Farscape, because wasn't there like a movie that wrapped it up? I don't know that I ever watched it. I like Farscape for totally different reasons. Farscape is just great space adventure. And all the Muppets, and they are Muppets, they're done by the Henson Workshop. But like Rigel and Pilot, like just such awesome Muppets. One of the complaints I couldn't take seriously about Operation Lancaster was everyone seemed so competent when it came to the characters presented. Yeah, God forbid we present professional, competent characters, right? I think that's like a modern thing. Everybody wants all their characters to be fucked up. Whatever happened to just watching or reading about professionals doing a job well? That seems like some of the highest fantasy we can engage in. That's what I like about TNG. What it's like people don't want aspirational fantasy or sci-fi anymore. It's like we want to drag things down into the muck. We don't want to elevate ourselves, even in fiction. I think the entire planet might be depressed. Maybe that's what's going on. Voyager's the one where the captain turned into a slug lizard and laid eggs with the helmsman turned slug lizard, then got turned back and it was never spoken of again. It's also the one where they used the transporter to combine... Yeah, right? Isn't it, Captain Zodabeard? It's also the one where they used the transporter to accidentally combine the logical Vulcan science officer, and he was XO, wasn't it? No, I guess he was third in command because she made Chakotay XO. With the plucky alien cook into a new person, and then spent an entire episode having ethical dilemmas about whether or not separating them was murder, and then they decided that separating them was murder, and then they did it anyway. There's an episode of Voyager where they straight up murder a crew member. Knowingly. I'm not a huge fan of Voyager overall. I'm a fan of, like, individual episodes of Voyager, I think. Like, I like the episode where it's, like, hundreds of years in the future after Voyager visited a planet, and they have a copy of the EMH there, and they wake him up, and he, like, goes to their history museum, and they have this insane history of Voyager where they were, like, warmongering psychopaths that destroyed their civilization. I enjoy that one just because of the hilarious renditions of the Voyager crew as, like, fascist murderers. Now, don't forget, Voyager's also the one where it turns out that dinosaurs went out amongst the stars and evolved into a higher species. And they encounter them, and they share some of our DNA because they're also from Earth, but dinosaur religious doctrine means that they cannot acknowledge that they're related to primitive apes. Voyager's just fucking crazy. Anyone seen all of Stargate? I still have not managed to consume all of Stargate, Gimishkar. I've done a lot of SG-1, but I never made it to, like, Universe. Living Witness, that sounds right. I don't watch, like, I'll do my rewatches of Star Trek, but it's almost always, like, I start at TNG Season 2, I go through, I skip a lot of Season 7, and I get to All Good Things. And then I go to DS9, and then I go to Enterprise, and then I go to the Orville, and I tend to skip over Voyager. And sometimes I'll get real squirrely, and I'll work in a little bit of the original series. Some of my favorite episodes, like... I was gonna say Space Seed, but that's not really one of my favorite episodes. I like Shore Leave, that's a good one. They evolved first, then went out into this... Well, yeah, I guess it would have to happen that way, wouldn't it? Doctor Who has been on for so long and has covered so many topics that I don't feel like it's fair to say people are stealing from Doctor Who. If you're doing sci-fi on some level, you're doing something Doctor Who has already done. Still remember having black and white nightmares of Daleks. Oh, God. I will give them that old makeup they used for Davros was pretty unsettling. That was a weird fucking prop that they made. There, I think that OSL is a bit stronger and a little bit better looking. Than what we had before. I'm going to balance it out with the green from below. You know, they say there are only 7 stories, and we tell them over and over and over again. People shouldn't get so hung up on who did what first, as far as premises go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Captain Zodabeard. Dude, go easy on yourself. Like, I feel you. Believe me, I do. That's where I am a lot of the time. Go easy on yourself, buddy. Take a little time and enjoy something today. Hopefully it'll break you out of that cycle. Always good to see you, man. That's why I do it, O'Coral. I got you, buddy. I got you. I try to meet the needs of everyone if I can. eyes are going to be tricky. Who would be the best actors to play us in the movie about us? I see us, Dr. Rhino, like in my wildest and most self-aggrandizing dreams. I'm seeing us as kind of like a Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly pairing. I'm not saying specifically the movie Step Brothers, but those actors. Who would be John C. Reilly? And again, I feel like this is just me tooting my own horn, but I see myself as more of a John C. Reilly. I'm not even saying they'd be accurate depictions. I think they'd be wildly stylized. Oh, Coral. Oh, ho, 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 Coral. Hey, I like Will Ferrell. Come on, come on. What's up, Dead Zone Podcast? How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Yeah. We're working on our Vader tonight, doing some of the fine detail work on him, getting his belt and his chest box and everything together. Ooh, I'm really glad to hear that. Because I was close to being like, maybe I should just sculpt up a burst lace. I'd rather use one of the proper ones. Let me know how much you want for that, dude. I think it's fair to say, I think that it's probably true that John C. Reilly is a better actor overall than Will Ferrell is. He relies on fewer gimmicks, but his gimmicks are also pretty strong. And they pair well. We've only done about 3 painting sessions on this, Elise. I don't work on this one for long periods between streams or anything like this. Pretty much I've worked on this on stream, and then I did a little bit of work off stream, but not much. Man, that cadmium red makes all the difference. I'm telling you, there is no replacement for a true cadmium. Have I seen the lobster? Which one, Gimishkar? I haven't seen any lobsters lately, so I'm gonna bet no. Why did I do his face first? I know I should always do eyes before I do the surrounding face, but I just didn't do it, and now I'm suffering for it. Seems I was made to suffer. It's my lot in life. Well, yeah, at least shipping. Let me get you back for shipping, at a minimum, man. Fuck. Maybe that doesn't look too bad. I don't know. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do the glare in his eyes a little bit differently. Maybe it looks okay. I don't know. I'm going to leave it alone for now and fix it later. Maybe if I balance it out. Maybe if I balance it out. That looks like shit. Okay, I'll fix it later. Fuck. I hate painting eyes. Even eye lenses. I'm going to bring in more white to the saber blade. I'm not going to leave it yellow, but I want to bring in some of the lemon here. Oh, thank you for the reminder, folks. Graham. Apologies. And, Avash, I'll take it, because I've been sitting here not drinking water. I am. I should be, O'Coral, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, I haven't been paying any attention. You know what it is? The damn point redemptions used to show up in my activity feed. Now they don't. It's bullshit. That's why we got rid of it, Gimishkar. I was just sitting here drinking beer all night, and it was not the healthiest way to spend my time. Even this out. Nice and steady. Come back in with some of our CAD red. I should stop setting unrealistic expectations for how fast I'm going to do things, when the fact is, I'm going to take as much time on this mini as I feel like I need to, because that was the whole point of ramping up with the other Vaders, was to do this one, quote-unquote, right. It is one of only 500 figures like it in the world. The least I can do is give it a good paint job, you know? How you doing, Valfera? Oh, he's absolutely still blue. He's gonna stay blue, too. Better believe it. Base coat, wash, dry brush. And done. Says Mr. Flaming Phoenix Owlwing Yndrasta. Yndrasta? Is that the name of that character? What the fuck? Camera? Twice? This is ridiculous. Hang on. I bet Matt Yee did this. Matt Yee didn't forget about my now nearly room temperature tea for me, though. I did that. It was me. It was me all along, Barry. What are you up to today, Matt? Matty E, as we call him on the streets, in the hood, as it were. Obviously, he and I are very much from the hood, so to speak. Valfera, you need to learn to relax and embrace the blue, Vader. He can't hurt you. It's okay. Yes, the dangerous hoods of Colorado, precisely. Oh my god, Bitter Brush. Dropping them corgi bucks. How you doing, man? How was your walk? How's Sushi feeling over there? Hopefully a little more tired. I'm not out of sync. What are you talking about? Am I? I hope not. Miniatures Den, sup, my man? How you doing? No, I've done 2 other Vaders before this. The other ones didn't go quite as well, but that's why I did the other Vaders, is because this is a limited edition. And I wanted to get it quote-unquote right. Use a little trick I like to call the right way. Chill in a minute while you finish up work. Miniatures Den. Holy shit, man. I was gonna say, yeah, I've been following you for a while, I thought. Fantastic. Could we pretty please get a quick shout out for Miniatures Den? I feel like if you're here on Twitch and you watch painting streams, it's probably pretty difficult to have missed Miniatures Den. But I'm gonna go ahead and say do a shout out anyway, because there's a small chance. There's a small chance that you're new around these parts and you haven't dropped a follow yet. And thank you so much. I'm doing pretty well. Making good, if slow, progress. But there's some saying about that. Slow and steady, something, 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 I don't know. It's getting there gradually. I still have a full OSL that I haven't worked into it yet, because I got my little bit of red over here. But I'm going to do green from below, but I'm just not quite at the point yet where I can get it started. I mean, I guess I could, but we're doing other details first. Making micro corrections on a lightsaber blade, oh yeah. Well, you're not looking at any of the ones in the comic books then, Valfera, because he is quite often blue in the comic books. And in this context, don't think of him as being blue. He often appears blue in the movies, but that's just because there's very cold lighting in Imperial environments, so there's a whole lot of blue that is being reflected off of his black armor. And when you're painting, that's sort of a truth that you have to accept with whites and blacks, and particularly if they're going to be reflective, is that they're mostly going to be the color of their surrounding environment and not true white or black. And when it comes to paint, any black you're going to use is going to have a cool or a warm base, so it's effectively going to be fundamentally either a blue or a brown. We're being painterly about it. Yeah, like how Superman's hair in the comics is blue. Exactly. We all know how to translate that. Oh, thank you, Sahul. I like the blue. I like the blue, so I'm doing the blue, because this Vader's for me. Maybe, Valfera, you should consider a blue Vader. Have you thought of that? Oops. Whoopsie daisy. It's okay, we'll get there. Little mistakes. Happy little accidents. We lean into it. Oof, this is not stable at all, but I'm still doing it. Oh, I'm all over the place. Oh, God. Oh, I've forgotten how to paint straight lines. Oh, my God. No, that's okay. That looks all right, because I got 3 photography angles here. There's this one from behind. There's this one, which I think that could be a little stronger and thicker, actually, now that I look at it. Definitely more towards the tip. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit much. Okay, there we go. Even this out a little bit. Still mostly yellow with a little bit of white. I want that yellow, though. So there's our second angle from the front with the OSL, and then our third angle is right there. Pink/magenta Vader. You did that Hello Kitty Vader. That was a popular one for a while. So I've always liked blue Vader because the blue gives you a lot to work with for temperature contrast when you do the red glow off the lightsaber. The red is more effective when it's against those blues. Speaking of blues, I might as well hit that final light on his chest. Something fairly strong. Let's hit it with a touch of cobalt. Maybe French Ultramarine. I think French Ultramarine and then a touch of Radiant Blue might actually be the right answer. Let's try that. Ultramarine is fairly transparent, so it's not really going to show up until I come back in with the Radiant. But you have to say it, Robot Glement. Otherwise, it's not French Ultramarine. The Dauphin Guillemot. Ha ha ha. And whatever viewership I had in either France or Canada just dropped off. The best kind of correct, indeed. It's not strong enough. I need to build up some more here. Bluer, damn it. Go. Grab another touch of my lemon. People have spent all this time doing stupid little details, but oh well, it needs doing. I guess not stupid little. We've redone the OSL and we've done a lot of the detailing on his chest and belt. If I really wanted to push those, I would do like a green OSL around the buttons. But again, I don't really want to do anything too crazy with the rest of his chest box. I want to save the green for down low. It would be kind of a cool look. A red Vader. No, this is not a wet palette. This is just a piece of parchment paper on my oil palette that I made, Walter. A wet palette for oils would be both unnecessary and messy, I think. Alright, let's do something a little fun here, since we got a little bit of time. I'm gonna start building up my green OSL. I'm gonna start deciding where I want it to be. We're gonna grab some of our deep phthalo green and we're gonna start bringing it in. Now's the time. Starting the final step. Not finishing it, but starting it. Thin, thin, thin. We need you thin. Okay.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
That is the worst joke. That's just so bad. Now, I don't know if you've seen this, Walter's Workshop. This is the oil palette that I designed and 3D printed for myself. It's just so that I can easily swap and still have a nice hardboard to work against. But if you look at it, and none of these oils should run terribly. No, they're all fairly solid on there. If you look at it, it's wrapped around this piece here, which is, in turn... I'm going to move this before I flip it upside down, just in case I drool oil someplace. It is, in turn, magnetized and set up so that I can pull the paper taut on this bottom portion.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
A lot of the latter. It came out nice. It's up for free on Thingiverse if you felt like printing yourself out one at any point. That and my painting handle are both up for free on Thingiverse. Felt like I needed another set of magnets in the middle. You use the size that I suggested, right, Valfair? I haven't had any issues with the magnet strength myself. Or are you talking about the what's its the palette or the handle? According to the master, so you should have been working in the OSL the whole time and not adding it at the end. Well, I've been thinking about the OSL the whole time, which is why I've done my highlights from certain directions down low. And I mostly just haven't done it down here. I know, according to the master, you work on the whole mini at the same time. But we can't all be the finest of Waffle's disciples. Getting there. The palette, really, I haven't had any such issue with it myself. Waffles? I don't think I've even said the word waffles. Maybe you're just hungry. Yeah, you want to pull the paper down past the magnets underneath to get it good and taut. On the oil palette, certainly. Go heavier in all these places. Why is the ground glowing green? Who the fuck knows? It just is. Because of the will of the Force or some shit, okay? It's fine. It's fine. This is an effect I'm probably going to play with for a while because I don't normally do effects like this. So we're gonna fool with it until we're happy with it, essentially. Once. Tried walking where it glowed red once. Once. And I just hear Ron Perlman saying it, too. So thanks for that. I tried it once. Also, we're gonna start to see some of it coming in across his booty boots. And this is why I haven't really done anything to his boots or his shins so far. Well, that's something, Valfera. Yeah, it went through a couple iterations before I felt comfortable releasing it. I guess, you know, if nothing else, it should all fit. His boot is hard to reach with the way his base is shaped, but I guess it's not that bad. We're going to punch all this green up here in just a minute. In fact, I'm going to spend just a little bit of time doing that just so I can tell myself I accomplished something today. Retio Santi, welcome in, good to see you. Stabbed myself with the Abomination's claws. Yeah, they're sharp, dude. I noticed that when I was building it too. They're surprisingly sharp. Note to model designers out there, you don't actually have to make the claws on your minis that sharp. It's fine if they're blunted. They're not real. It's cool. Up the toe of his boot on the lower part and a little bit on the upper, a little connection across the toe. Now along the bottom. Be the bottom curvature of his boot and then the edge of the sole of his boot that would grab the most color. Starting out kind of small with this, but I may move it further up his leg as I go. If by regular time you mean after I'm supposed to start it, yes, absolutely. I'll get to a stopping point here shortly. This is mostly me making sure that the way I want it to look in my head will work in reality. Because we haven't actually added the greens in up until now. But we add a bit and we blend, and we add a bit and we blend, and we see how we like it. But between Phthalo Green and Radiant Lemon, I can really kind of work it up gradually. But you can kind of see how it's starting out, and I'm thinking there's going to be some down here and some on the edge of his cape and on his other boot, but you can just see how it's meant to be green light going upwards, and I think it'll be stronger once I work in the lights on the bottom. Because, I mean, like, the bottom should be almost pure bright green. I'm just going to work from this angle for a second. Let's just... because I could just kind of slop that lemon in there pretty rough. Really, Splintered Brush? That's very kind of you to say. He still has a ways to go. Hey, Vergata, good to see you. See, I feel like the green on the boot starts to make more sense once you get much more of the green down below. And this is already, like, I'm realizing I'm going to have to go much, much stronger down here. But I think it's going to be, like, you can see kind of what I'm going for, though, with the red to blue to green. And as I've said before, in my head, this is representing sort of the three phases of Vader, of Anakin Skywalker. Works better against our black background here. But it's, and it is one of the reasons, too, Valfera, that I was so set on using blue as his base. Because blue is Anakin Skywalker. Trapped in the middle. That was the color of his lightsaber. Red is Darth Vader. The weapon in his hand, casting its red light upon him. And the green coming from below, that's Luke Skywalker, that's his son, that's the color of his blade. Coming up from beneath, redeeming him. It's all very artistic. I am an artist, god damn it. Son loves the Thunderhead dice, comes into my office and rolls them almost every day and makes up what the result means. I mean, that's just called playing tabletop games, wife. That's what we do. We take the dice and we roll them, and then we make it up. We make it up. That's Yoda judging him for his actions. Blue is Obi-Wan. No, blue is Anakin Skywalker. Anakin Skywalker had a blue lightsaber. Like, you could argue that it's also a bit of Obi-Wan because he trained him. But in the context of this piece, you can take away from it what you like, and you should take away from it something unique to you. But in this piece, blue is Anakin, red is Vader, and green is Luke. I'm definitely going to go stronger with the green. I'm very nearly to a point where I feel satisfied stopping for the night. Just give me a moment. We get there. I can't bring myself to interrupt right now, but momentarily. Because, damn it, I feel like it's working. And I hate to interrupt the flow when it's working. I mean, for God's sakes, folks, Splintered Brush gave me a compliment, and I want to be just like Splintered Brush when I grow up. To be fair, all I had to do was say, it's my miniature and I'll do what I want. Na 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 na. The Torjak, a fellow oil painter, take the follow. I will take the follow, my friend. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Are you also a streamer by chance, Torjak? Or just a member of the Linseed Brotherhood? I shouldn't say just. There's no just. There's no just a member of the Linseed Brotherhood. Did I unlurk in time? You did. It's gonna be just another minute. Another few minutes. Just deal with it. You all knew what you signed up for when you came in here tonight. You'll watch me paint Space Jesus, and damn it, you'll like it. Oops, all stream. Inspired by Dmitry Fesheko. I don't know that I know of his work, actually. I am personally a devotee of the cult of Wapple. It is he and a few other streamers that got me started on this path.
Sold your own soul, damn it.
What if your paint is walnut oil based? Well, that's okay. Like, that's unlikely. It's unlikely that you're going to find that much walnut oil based paint. Most of it's going to be linseed. You're going to get some safflower. You might get a little bit of walnut, but linseed's going to be far more common. He's the god of pure oils. Torjak, I would, if you felt like linking something, I would love it if you put it over in my Discord, bro. If you wouldn't mind. That's a better place that I'm gonna be able to see it a little bit later. And if you felt like sharing some of your own work, we are just about to launch into a segment that we do at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report, where we take a look at people's work and give feedback if desired, or, you know, if you just want to show off, you're welcome to do that too. And if you felt like doing that, if anybody feels like doing that, you're going to have just a short window before we close submissions. You're going to want to go ahead and jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord by hitting !Discord in chat, or by clicking the little button below my face there. Find the channel in Discord marked the Storm Report, and go ahead and post up a picture. Let's have a look at it. Take a moment and check out the Storm Report rules just so that you've read them before you do, but they're nothing more than common sense, really.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This isn't
where
important.
the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do that. That is our hard and fast rule. Oh, did I say hard? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Pazwa. Coming in with the raid. I probably said that wrong. Pazwa. I feel like I have to be saying that wrong, and I'm terribly embarrassed. I'm sorry. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, raiders. We're getting towards the end of ours here. I'm doing some final work on the beginning of my second source of OSL on this model. How are we feeling about this? Like, okay, the green needs to be strengthened. But opinions. Now that this is like, we are approaching what I call the threshold. That point at which the final vision of the model truly becomes clear. And this is sort of what I've been picturing in my head. How do we feel about it? Definitely some green on the inside of the cloak. Like, we're not even close to done with the green. We've only just begun. Yeah, it definitely would, Torjak. I'm thinking green is going to be on the inside of the cape. And obviously I need to do the rear of it and his other boot, which I haven't touched essentially at all. I don't know if I'm going to take it up that high, Gimishkar. I want to keep it kind of restrained so that there's a clear zone of red, blue, green. I don't want to go too nutso with it. Edges of the cape, absolutely. But I think the green is going to stop at his knees. You could, in theory, take the green... Like, here's the thing, though. If the green is going to be strong enough to reflect off of, like, the bottom of his hand, then it's going to be strong enough to impinge all the way up onto, like, his belt buckle. And then the zone of red is very, very small. Like, there's not as much red by far, but there's even less blue by that point. Pazwa. Okay. Awesome. I try, Pazwa, but thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming in. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Green up to the eyelids. Yeah, we're just gonna repaint him green. We're just gonna do green Vader. Like, fucking Leshy Vader. How do you feel about that? I don't know that I'm going to bring the green much higher. I think inside of the cape. And for the inside of the cape, I'm thinking, like, let me grab a little bit here. A little bit of my phthalo green here, which is very much my favorite. And I'm kind of thinking, like... in through here. Brighter lemon. Just block that out real rough. This is the joy of oil, is that you can be real rough like this. Real rough here. Here. And then let's just blend that out a little bit to soften it, yeah. It's even a little strong. I can dull it down. But you know, kind of like that. This is the vague idea for where the green is going to go elsewhere. Push that out, even it some. This is green on fabric, so it's not going to be as sharp or as bright. Green Vader, Grenadier, Lord Grenadier. Oh god, 420 Vader, right? A little bit of that. That's. There are jokes to be made about the Jedi smoking weed, and I'm not clever enough to come up with any of them right now. Hey, Brox Basher, it's good to see you in chat, man. Supernaut, welcome in. How you doing, brother? Argument could be made for the hand since it's farther forward. Oh, I guess I could. Maybe I'll try that. I want to build it up around the base. I want to build it up on his feet and shins, everywhere that I know I want it. I'll try it on the bottom of his hand, just because it is extended forward. So, like, catch the knuckles with some green, maybe? I know that I definitely don't want to bring it all the way up to the helmet or anything like that, but maybe a little bit on the hand isn't a bad idea. You people. You people with your zany ideas, I swear. Let's try it. Let's just futz with it just a little bit. Underside of the hand, and then it would be the underside of the first knuckle. That knuckle there. Alright, let's see what it's going to look like. I haven't done anything to the hand really, so if I don't like this, it won't be hard to fix. At the very least. Doesn't need to be too strong, because this is pretty far from our light source. You want to buy some death sticks? Yeah, this is Vader on death sticks. That's going to be the name of this piece. This is your Sith Lord on death sticks. And this is real rough. Blend it out a tad. Pick up a few sharper highlights on the knuckles. That needs work. This is real rough. Just kind of want to see what it starts to look like. You can barely see it. I've done it so lightly here, honestly. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that the Jedi were the best choice to run a war or breach. Certainly not. Also, thank you so much for the follow. God, you can't even see it. Hang on. This is the last thing I'm doing, I swear. I swear it is. Because I'm hungry and my hand's getting shaky. And we'll refine this. This is nowhere close to final. I feel like you can't even see it. Not from the front. I'm gonna have to change the angle. You can see it from below, because that's where I'm looking at it from, but that's not very helpful. Because that's not a photography angle. Yeah, it's gonna be more like this. Yeah, this is gonna take some practice. Well, we'll work on it. But the point is, I think that you can see the start of the glow there. We can see where this mini is going. And because of that, I'm going to push the button again because I don't push it enough. We are approaching... What's that? That's the one. That's the one. Thank you for the reminder. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Well, thank you so much for saying so, Breach. Alright, I am going to call it a night with that, though. I think we can go ahead and do some work with that. Ironically, it would be Sinister because it's his left hand. But based on the symbolism of the colors I'm using, it's not. His Sinister hand is his right hand in this case. Literally, it's his left hand because that's what Sinister means. But his right hand is Vader and his left hand is Luke. With Anakin trapped in the middle, as we said. How you doing, by the way, Supernaut? It's good to see you in chat, buddy. More hydration. I'll just finish my damn tea. How about that? I need to strengthen the green down below, like, the base of it should be almost nothing but green. But I think between the work on the cape and the boot, you can see where it's going now. Like, because this is our photography angle, remember? We've got 3 angles for photography based on the way that the lightsaber is sketched. So here... And I think all that OSL is working pretty good from this direction. It needs to be stronger back here, but I didn't put any back here yet. And then here, and we haven't really done any from this angle yet, but I think we'll get the hand from this angle. And then the back boot when I start to work on that. And then back here, and we haven't done any... Excuse me, we haven't done any green from behind yet. But this angle, at least, is coming together. Alright, 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 that's it. I swear, I promise. Oh, and again, after we finish this guy, we are going to launch into our limited edition Luke. And I'm thinking he's just going to have the one OSL. He's standing on Hoth. I don't know what else would be glowing on this guy. It's just going to be the lightsaber. And it'll be the blue one, for that matter. I haven't painted green lightsaber Luke. I have one. I haven't painted it, though. Do a quick clean on my brushy brushes here, as is necessary. Yeah, but that's like 2 sources of blue. That's a lot of blue at that point, Gimishkar. You want something contrasting. If I could come up with an excuse to have something glowing red, that would be fantastic. Or maybe not red, because he's orange, so we're gonna have blue, orange. Honestly, green would be good. Green would be good, but I don't know what would be glowing green. I guess I could do like a red, like, because this is the back part of an engine of a snowspeeder. And you could do something where like this was glowing from running for so long or something, but I don't know. We've got time to think about this model. And I just want to take one more look at this because I'm really happy with where Vader's going, and I'm loving the look of the green as it starts to come in. Splash of red from Wampa blood. Radioactive fluid. This is the scene where Luke got cancer. Everyone remembers that scene. That's the best part of Empire Strikes Back. Was when Obi-Wan was like, "You'll never have children, Luke. You never should have hopped into that unshielded T-74. They never properly shielded those reactors. Your testicles are like a pair of hard-boiled eggs in a tube sock." I'm afraid your fluids are utterly ruined, Luke. I should know. Breach, this is the... this is a difficult to find Vader. I looked when I started working on this guy. This model, you can find it on eBay right now for $1,500. This is the Star Wars Celebration 2019 limited edition Vader that got driven up in price by scalpers so fucking hard, it is absolutely out of control. I was just lucky to get my hands on this model. I think there are probably like cheap Chinese recastings that you can get. Yeah, it was because of sales fuckery. There's only 500 of them, but they still shouldn't cost as much as they do. Almost as good as the blue milk scene. This is better than that scene when Luke was drinking titty milk right out of an alien boob. Everybody loves that scene. It's everybody's favorite. Liking your own minis, right? That's what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with ye? Could be the real question. All right. I know I've been putting it off. Give me just one more minute. Let me grab a snack, at least, and let's dive into this, okay? I'll see you in a second. All right. I got a snack. We can do this now. Remove my Dwarf tank. I'm still happy with this. I haven't magnetized a tank kit in so long, and it was, I'm just very pleased with the simple tactile work I did today. Way to go, me. Look at that. Little back pat. All right. Brushes have been rinsed. Excess solvent thrown away. Tubes are at least in a pile. They're not exactly organized, but they're all in the same place. That's what's important. I gotta admit, I was worried. I was worried when I started adding the green that I'd be like, oh, this looks like shit, but this kind of works. This is working so far. Yeah. Yeah. Look at me painting things I don't hate. I'm so proud of me. I'm proud of you too, Matt Yee. I'm proud of you too. Whether you fucking like it or not. Let me rub some cadmium on my fingers and then into my apple, and then I can die shortly after starting the storm report. How about that? How about that?
All right, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I love cadmium. Tastes like cancer. Where'd my window go? There it is. Bring you a little bit of the taste of Yee. It's just like being in an actual Matt Yee stream. Oh, that's a 10. Oh god, that's a horrible sound. Was that? I kind of hope that didn't make it through my audio gate. I could hear the whole thing on my monitor. Oh my god. Alright. Here we have up first, from my boy Mafik. Been trying to get this done for the past 2 months and end up forgetting this art is oh shit, I'm sorry. End up forgetting this art is unfinished. You know, we all have projects like that, Mafik. It's like the idea is there, the idea is strong, the image is powerful, but bringing it through to fruition can be such a challenge. And with so many characters, who could blame you? The perspective is nice on all of them, though. Yeah, this is speaking to the Yee, is what this is. One particular detail here that I'd imagine he's very happy with. Also, is she riding on like a big hand that came through the wall? This reminds me of like a boss from Contra or something. Look at that. It's insane. It's a nice sort of compilation piece. I like all the different characters being shown here. I mean, you know, you keep doing a little bit every day, a little bit every week. Eventually it gets done. And you know what? 2 months ain't bad. I got projects going back much further than that, Mafik, so don't be self-conscious about that. Lovely. And lovely shading as always. I love your crosshatch work. An Eldritch hand indeed. I can dig it. Doing a Tau Commander and drone along with the Bull Dude? The Buell Dude? Who's the Buell Dude? For a birthday gift for Wednesday. Oh, that's a pretty nice birthday gift. Hooking somebody up with some of that army painting. Here we have from Wheezy. I've come to love jeweling my mech canopies and lenses. It's not nearly as hard as it seems and really takes a mini to the next level. Decided to go back and update my previous mechs. Citadel, gemstone, paint on top, lenses and jewels on the bottom. If you're afraid of lensing, don't be. It's really, it's like so many things. It's like so many things. It just takes practice. You just have to accept the first few you do might not look great. They'll probably come out fine. But it might not be perfect, and the more you do it, the easier it's gonna get. So if you have I hate to think of being afraid of trying painting techniques, but I sympathize with it. I experience those same fears, those same irrational fears that I'm gonna mess it up. Why is messing it up bad? Well, I don't know, but for some reason I'm afraid of it. And I guess that's the question I would encourage everyone to ask themselves if you experience that same feeling is, what's my worst case scenario? If I try this and it doesn't work, what's my worst case scenario? Honestly. It's how I get over those feelings, because your worst case scenario is, it doesn't look good and I do it again. A big fucking deal. Like, who cares? And the more you do it, the more confident you'll be, the easier it'll be. And it adds so much. Look at that. Bam. It creates that fantastic focal point, particularly for battle mechs, that fantastic focal point right in the center of the torso most times. It helps to draw the eye where you want the viewer to have it. I like how your blue balances out your bases here now, too. That's a lovely... It's just, like, the difference here is virtually night and day. Gorgeous. Blue dude. Oh, okay. Wait, aren't they all blue? I thought the Tau are all blue-skinned, aren't they? They have like cobalt blood or something. The Happy Heretic close-up of the base from my Mad Cat. It's basically just texture paste made from wall spackle, white glue, playground sand, white craft paint. Ratios don't matter, just mix it till you got a paste. I smoothed it out with a wet brush. That I hate. Paint is just a 3-to-1 mix of orc flesh and hardened leather. Speed paint, then I dabbed some pure hardened leather on it while it was still wet. May have dryly brushed. A bit of radiant violet oil paint on it. Honestly, can't remember. Yeah, I'm finding that does look nice. It looks painted, which is kind of what I like about it. The speed paints are incredibly potent, though, and I'm going to be trying that with the dwarfs. With the dwarfs that I'm going to be painting this week, is using some of the radiant Gamblin paints as sort of like an edge highlighter dry brush. I did a little bit of that on my GCPS, but I decided to leave them because I didn't want to do the whole group of them. But I'm painting fewer dwarfs. So with fewer dwarfs, we can try a slightly more advanced technique. But we're going to be doing that Thursday. Tuesday is going to be building models. Thursday is going to be speed painting models. And by God, we're going to have this Vader done next Sunday. I'm telling you what. Dwarfs, you said. That's what I've been building like all day. Look at this. I got a dwarf tank. Isn't it cute? Look at it. It has a flamethrower on it. Whoosh. Oh my God. I'm on fire. Yeah. That's the kind of content that you can look forward to here at Thunderhead Studio. What's being done on Thursday? Well, we're going to be speed painting. Tuesday, I'm going to be building a dwarf army. Thursday, I'm going to be speed painting the dwarf army. I want to be done by next Saturday, because that's what we did with the GCPS. And I have technically fewer models in the dwarf army. No, that's not necessary, Sumitha. What a wonderful paint job, though. I complimented these bases before. I'm really glad to get the breakdown and the close-up view on it, because, man, you're really showing what speed paints can do. Here we have from Ren Momo, that's what that says, right? Yeah, it seems like that's probably what that says. Lovely, lovely, good example of, as I said before, balancing your colors and using contrasting colors for your basing. The yellow against the blue is a lovely touch. I like these dudes. What are these hats called? Can someone help me out? What are these hats called? I wasn't going to say it's a rice patty hat. I feel like that's reductive. I feel like it has to have an actual name, but I just don't know. Patty hat? I mean, that's the same thing. That's technically true, Torjak. They are They're really just a mix of white with their regular colors, but they are saturated in such a way that you can use them for a highlight without the desaturation that you're going to get with a pure white. The radiant colors from Gamblin are essentially a shortcut, but they're a wonderful shortcut. They're nothing that you couldn't do right on your palette yourself, but they let me skip a step, and for that I am grateful. That and the radiant white is like, holy shit. It's really, really concentrated, and it's done with a safflower oil instead of a linseed, so that mild yellowing that linseed's gonna bring to your titanium is pretty much cut out. Stetson wannabes, yeehaw! Them's is Eastern fedoras. Just patty hats? Is that really what they're called? Oh my god. Jinza. Oh, thank you, Kursala. I knew there had to be a name. Ren, this is one of your best looking armies yet, dude. It really is. The colors are all well chosen. All the details are standing out. Your brush control is getting better, and I'm loving the look of it. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop, my Great Unclean One proxy from Creature Caster. Huh. Ew. Ew, yeah. Like, it's perverse, isn't it, Kaylee? It's the, yeah, ooh, hey there, sailor kind of pose. But she's pulling open her gut maw, and her tongue guts are spilling out instead. This is fucking horrible. Ren, have fun, man. Thanks for being here. This is fucking great. I like how the mouth on her, how first the face mouth and the gut mouth are the same style of sort of flat, toad mouth, and I like how the face mouth is actually on, it's like there's a double chin, but then the mouth is on the double chin. It's corpulent and nasty. This is the most unsettling color, because it's like there are guts that have been pulled out and strung up on here. Also, I like seeing the scale of people, because you see down here, these are human figures. Down here. And some little nurglings. And like we got people in a fucking gibbet up here that seems to also be stuffed with guts. But this color? I don't think Robin is here right now, but Robin, this color, dude. This is an unsettlingly real color for, like, eviscerated intestines. This is, like... I don't know how many of you have been around actual removed intestines, but you give them a second to not be completely covered in effluence, and this is sort of what they look like. And I don't want to focus on it any more than that, because it's actually pretty disgusting. Good choice of colors as usual. Your bright pink pops so nicely. You've balanced that out with all these blues and these sort of cool grays. This is a wonderful figure. It's a wonderfully disgusting figure. Your whole Nurgle army is so just like, ugh. Papa Nurgle should be proud. Lovely work, Rockin' Robin. Here we have from the POV 42. This is the palette cleanser project, and we could use one right now. I mentioned last time Blakists on Solaris 7 because I'm apparently bonkers doing white as my restful scheme. Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me at all. To be fair, I'm doing it through dry brushing up from black through gray to final highlights of pure white, very consciously not going too in depth on these guys. That's a great way to do it, honestly. Vergaderung has done his whites in this way a lot, and his whites are fucking fantastic. Especially putting pretty much zero effort into basing, but I'm happy that these will look more than fine in a group on the tabletop. You don't have to do that much effort if you make a few smart choices. And yeah, I think working a couple of warm colors into this very simple kind of slate gray basing, that's a good choice. The white looks great! The white looks great. All the details are popping. The panels are lined nicely. I like those splashes of color. Our purple over here, blue and gold. Always makes me think of the Lordaeron from Warcraft 3, you know? Is that your, is that, well, not Mystic Purple. Mystic Purple's the metallic one. Is that Amethyst? I think it reads as gray, but it is a wonderful gray. If you, like, you want your white to be mostly gray, though. Because just white is flat, and you need depth to panels like these. I think if you did a little bit more pure white, like, it probably wouldn't hurt, but part of that is just the photography, too. It's hard to take good pictures of models that are done in white. I think these look great. These are going to read awesome at average viewing distance. The Thug has Amethyst on. I'm not sure about the Lancelot. Oh, okay, this is our Amethyst over here. Yeah. And guys, check out those Rainy River Designs paints. Really, Kursala puts a lot of effort into them and creates some truly wonderful colors. You can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over there. A bit more white on the upper side of the panels. Yeah, I agree, Vergaderung. A few strategic areas. I wouldn't do it everywhere, but a few strategic choices for a high pure white on the upper parts of the shoulders and upper... Like, I wouldn't even bring it all the way down to the legs, but on the upper parts of the heads and shoulders. I could see that. Just push it a little bit further. Not too much. Don't go overboard. Take it a step at a time and see how you like it. But if you wanted to stop here, these look fucking great. And I have immense respect for the minimum effort paint jobs and trying to... That's just... That's stretching your effort. Work smarter, not harder. Get more bang for your buck. Get more results for the effort that you're putting in. That's a great way to approach painting. Never think of painting as lazy. You don't have to be doing this at all. You don't have to paint models. Did you know that, guys? I know that might be blowing a lot of minds out there right now, but you don't have to paint a goddamn thing. So it's never lazy. It's never lazy. It's just working smart. Lovely, lovely work. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints. Progress has been made on the dwarf I've been working on. Still need to paint the earrings on the ring of the base. So far, so good, because the stream was canceled on the 5th of May. I wanted to share a bit of shenanigans that took place in VR chat before y'all have an issue. She's fully clothed in the okay. Alright, fair enough. Snapped a picture of me and the Miz while I was freaking passed out drunk in the ball pit in VR chat. I like orange on dwarves. I don't know, I like fiery, warm colors on dwarves. Nice job on the skin tone here. I really dig the purple and green up towards the top. Creates a nice, interesting contrast. Really liking the kind of soft, yellowish, almost cartoonish orange we have for the armor on this one. Very, very nice. And then we have... Every day, chat. Every day we stray further from God's light. I've never gotten that into VR chat. Like, I have it. I've got an Oculus Quest. We streamed a little bit of VR a long time ago. One of my favorite clips is from when we were streaming Star Wars Squadrons. And when I saw VR chat, I thought to myself, like, this is something I'm going to enjoy, but I just don't use it. Should I? Is that something I should be doing? I could be passing out in virtual ball pits with big titty avatars. Clearly, I'm not living my best life. Maybe I need to address that. Here we have from Magnatorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight. Given that it's Sunday evening, by the time you see this, the Dune Runner should be up in the shop. But in the meantime, here are my painted versions. Each of the 3 main cabin types all have subtle differences, while also coming with parts to create 2 variants, as is most easily seen with the logistics type having either the regular container in the back or a fluid container. Definitely triggering the micro machine portion of my brain. I can respect that. You don't need a fluid container though, not for long hauls. It's just you gotta get on board with the way of the road. You know? Just fire those fucking gallon jugs right out the window. This is actually pretty neat for like small cargo hauling. These look great. I like the small variations, like in the window struts. You have 3 different versions of them. That's a nice touch. Oh, for a second I thought the command didn't work, but there it goes. As always, really great choice of colors. Nice, simple, effective paint jobs. These things are so damn tiny, it's amazing you get them to pop like you do. And yeah, folks, definitely check out Metalcore Collectibles, because again, these should be up and available on his shop now. And oh man, such cool work on these haulers too. I like how simple the trailer is. It's not over complex. All it is a fucking container after all. But the panel lining on it, the shape of the lines is very, very pleasing. And our little orange lights are a nice touch. Very nice. Very nice work, Cyber Knight, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Week ended up pretty decent. Scorpec Destroyers, the Spider Blendy Boys, sure, why not, are the most work in progress still, and everything will need cleanup before the black lines are added, but progress is happening at a decent clip. Oh yeah, they're moving along. How about that? I like this pose. You see why you say Blendy Boys, because yeah, they're just a couple of blades, but I like the dude with the 2 on one side, like he's getting ready to swing both of his arms in one devastating strike. This continues to be one of my favorite simple Necron schemes. I don't know how much more I can gush over this scheme. It's so simple, it's so effective, it pops so nicely, it's fairly unique. And the basing really brings it all together. What are these things called? I got out of Necrons way before this shit came out. These big, like, Martian tripods. What are they? I've seen a bunch of them painted, and I just have no idea what the hell they are. You have from Rio Hassenpfeffer, Pilots DN. Oh, Pilot Data Nerd. Oh, that's adorable. Really, really capturing the essence there. We'd need a Kursala bot for that to make sense, though. Because, unfortunately, Blunderthud already has a pilot. And she brings me tacos, so, you know, that's how it is. Hey, look, it's me! Really nice work, Rio. And again, his ballpoint pen's on Post-its, man. This is like getting lapped in a marathon. Every time I see it, I feel like this is the on your left. Like, you son of a bitch. Where is Kursala? Kursala needs to see this. Kursala, where'd you go, man? Oh my god, you mean my mods have lives and don't just sit here the whole time waiting to fulfill my whims? You think I didn't pay them or something? Really nice work. Really nice work, Rio. I always have a little bit of trouble doing any analysis on Rio's work because it's so far outside my wheelhouse. I'm just like, this looks good. I like it. Hang on. Was called out publicly and requested a short and thoughtful and engaging description. Just really actually fairly short for me. So, Rossi, fairly short for you. I won't lay into that one. This isn't interesting how they did like the cradle on this one instead of just a peg, like an acrylic cradle for the Rocinante. It's such a great looking ship. I know everybody loves the Rocinante. It's hard not to. It's a great ship. It's used well in the show. It's sleek. It's brutal. It's believable. I like the Donager. I realize the Donager died real early in the series, but the Donager, like, this is not really a fair comparison because the Rocinante is literally just like a gunboat that was stationed inside the Donager, but if we're just comparing ship designs across the whole of the Expanse, I'm into the Donager, I'm into the Agatha King. Those are my two favorites. The Rossi is definitely a nasty little shark, though. Right? It was in two episodes, Kursala, technically, because they got captured they got brought into the Donager at the end of one episode, and then the Donager was destroyed by the end of the very next episode. Got the Razorback. You showed us the Razorback, didn't you? Yeah. The Razorback's really awesome. Where's the landing gear? Forgot it wrong. Have you not seen The Expanse, bro? Oh my god, dude. I don't even like the last 2 seasons of The Expanse, and even I think you should watch it. Haven't showed that one yet? Oh, I must have just filled that into my head. Or maybe it's just that I know what the Razorback looks like so well. It has does it have the other ships, like, drawn down along the side and everything? There's a Donager-class ship in Season 5, or maybe it's 6, too. I must have missed it. I kind of fell in love with the Agatha King once we saw her. Oh my god, Vergaderong's stuck in the past. The evolution of man's flight. Yeah. That's really the spirit of that ship. Really cool piece, Sumitha. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. He's finished, and I'm rather pleased. Had to redo the laser, experiment with the cockpit, tried to do something different with the snow base, which sort of worked. Decided I need brush-on resin to get a true ice look. One interesting thing was the green wash really helped bring out the ice effect. Comments, questions, and opinions are welcomed, particularly how can I do better? This is a good-looking grasshopper. I like the use of the reds and the blues. I think the decal's well applied. I like the use of the silver to break up the colored blocks. Your edge highlighting is okay. I don't just want to say more edge highlighting, because I honestly think you've made some good choices with where your edges are highlighted on this. And yeah, knowing the scale, that level of jeweling is actually pretty impressive. So what I'm going to say is what you should focus on is your shadows. You could, and I'm not talking about individual tiny shadows, I'm talking about focusing on shadows across the whole mini. Because I can tell here you have chosen a direction for your light. Your light is coming from above and to the left. This is often what I do as well, because it's easy for me to reference in my brain. But I'm going to say start focusing on doing broader shadows across whole body parts, like a heavy shadow under the knee here to sell the depth of the limb overall, and then picking up your highlights on the top of the foot to show that light is falling, hitting the knee, going past the shin and hitting the toes. Like the very natural, real shadow that comes in right here just because of the way that the leg is shaped. Similarly, a deep shadow here. See where I'm talking like go to the opposite end of where you're doing your highlights and deepen your shadows. And I want you to try something a little bit more complex than that even. Is try working in the complementary color to your highlight into the shadows. So you got green here, take a dark, sort of earthy green, mix a little red into it, and just glaze that into a shadow here on the shoulder. A little bit here. Don't go too heavy at first. Just try it. Just try it so that your pieces are going from dark shadow to mid-tone, and you have that sort of 3-stage highlight. And with that the complementary color is going to enhance the way that you see the primary color. And that's why I'm saying just a little bit of red in the shadow. Down here, it's going to make this green a little bit more vibrant without actually changing it much. And I'm not saying devote yourself to this method and do it every time. I'm saying just give it a shot and see if you don't like what the results are. Same here, a little bit of red down here in this shadow is going to do a lot of good. I think the same here where you could do a little shadow here and then a little bit under your decal. Because you got good instincts on all this. I think that your edge highlights are spot on. They're not everywhere, which is a lot of people do edge highlights on every single edge. I think that's a mistake. I think that this is looking good. And if you added more complementary shadows, the entire paint job would jump out more. Love the basing, by the way. That looks fantastic. And yeah, the grasshopper cockpit is so tiny, I'll often just ignore it. So congratulations on pulling that off. Here we have from Manro Fasal, an acrylic painting I did a few years ago. Oh, that's a foot. For some reason, when I saw this, I thought hand. I thought it was like a Hadouken kind of thing, but no. There's a whole sort of surrealist deal going on here with a leg that comes up, and this is in fact a foot. I like this. The shapes that are worked in are very, very interesting here. These sort of tangents. Why did I say it like that? Tangents. That's the word. They're all being picked up in the shape of the body. Edge of the hand, down along here, curvature of the leg. It's very interesting. You know what generation is streaming when they see this and their first thought is, hey, give me a break, okay? I'm a child of the 90s, for God's sake. Very interesting work, Manro Fasal. Here we have from Data Nerd, and that's dinner, baby. Oh my god, can I heat it up first? Is that okay? Because, I mean, you know, I'm not a proud man, but, okay, in 5 minutes after throwing in the microwave, oh, thank God, oh, okay. I was so concerned for tiny hands for a moment. Here we have from GM Kaylee, shoulder was feeling a bit better, so tried to paint something that didn't require too much detail or tension. This is a lunar-class cruiser painted in the colors of the pre-Heresy Death Guard. I've been listening to Flight of the Eisenstein. I like that book. I do like Flight of the Eisenstein. It's one of my favorite Horus Heresy books. While I've been recovering, it was inspired to do something from the Heresy era. Flight of the Eisenstein, is that the one with the Furious Abyss? One of those books around that point has a word-bearer ship called the Furious Abyss. That is one of my favorite descriptions for a starship in the 40k universe. It has a giant book on the front of it, and the golden book opens, and it becomes a weapons port, and from the book, once it opens, emerges a giant anti-ship cannon. And it is just like, it is the dumbest fucking thing. And I love it. But I can't remember if that was Flight of the Eisenstein or not. Inspired to do something from the Heresy era. The cream color is a custom blend of AP speed paints, 5 parts pallid bone, 5 parts medium, 3 parts malignant green. I feel like those ratios could be adjusted to make more sense. I haven't used the malignant green, I don't think. Damn, this came out nice. For speed paints, that's actually really fucking smooth. Look at that. The book after Eisenstein, it's been a long time since I've read those, Kaylee. But I mean, if you were just listening to it, you would know if the Furious Abyss was in that or not. I use that name for a lot of my ships when I play, like, any game where I get to name a capital ship, I almost always have a Furious Abyss in there. And then macro cannons in there. I always liked Battlefleet Gothic. It's never really gotten the revival that it deserves. That was Fulgrim? Okay. Again, it has been years since I read any of the Horus Heresy books. So I just remember kind of details, but not necessarily where they all fit in. This is very, very effective. I love the classic Death Guard colors with that warm cream and then the deep green. That's how I do, when I do paint Death Guard, even 40k Death Guard, I do them in the classic Legion colors because they really, really appeal to me. Very clean. Very, very clean and very effective work given all the... I mean, like, I feel like deep details like this lend themselves really well to speed paints, though. But still, well done, Kaylee. Here we have from Squared, working on the trench foot to go with my Orloff Grenadiers Force. Oh, that's coming out nice. Oh, that's coming out real slick. Look at that bad boy. Back-mounted missile launchers at all. I need to get more mechs added to this group. I go through these phases. For a while, for a few months, I was like doing a lot of 3D design, not a lot of painting. I'm on a painting kick right now. Eventually that's going to leave me, and more 3D design is going to come back. Of course, I did just finish 2 terrain sets, didn't I? I have 2 terrain sets that aren't yet available for purchase. Maybe I should calm the fuck down. I keep throwing files at Steel Warrior Studios, and then before he's even posted the last ones, I'm like, I need to be working on the next set. Oh, God. The Furious Abyss appears in Battle for the Abyss. Okay. Yeah, Necrons and Tau tend to do that. Calm the fuck down, streamer. Got terrain sets, but we need more robots. I can't disagree, Kursala. I can't. The trench foot is looking just wonderful. Really, really nice job on those base applications, Squared. Looking forward, particularly when you come in to go ahead and do the jeweling on that cockpit, man. Oh, here we have from Kursala, not much to share. Here is a poorly zoomed in photo of our birds taking a nap. Oh, it's a big pile of napping birds. Look at them. It's a tired life. It's a tired life being a bird. Sometimes you just gotta lay in a big goddamn probably stinky pile. Need more 28mm battle armor. Oh, I could see that. Do up a Centurion and a Panther too. Yeah, I have art for a Centurion, a Panther, and a Whitworth. Look, our ducks are in a row. Your ducks are in a pile. Calm down, Data Nerd. Necrons can just ignore stuff with luck, and Tau had super cheap guided torpedo volleys. They spent, the torpedoes. That game was never particularly balanced. Battlefleet Gothic, Vergata Rung. That's why I'm saying I wish they'd do another run at it, because it could be a good game. Probably something like... I both like the torpedoes as a unit that you then move across the board system, and that was also one of my least favorite things to do when I actually played it. Why so, Gimishkara? I think it's... Well, I haven't seen your torso. I like the arms, though. Took that picture through some binoculars. Wait, is that... Can you do that? You can take a picture through binoculars? I guess I've never tried it. Here we have from Automat Americana. No new progress since I'm working on my modeling during the stream, so here, have a Johnny Silverhand. Ooh, tequila old-fashioned. Swap the simple syrup for agave nectar. Add a smidgen, yes, that's a real measurement, of cayenne pepper as well as several shakes of orange bitters. Shake well, pour over maraschino cherry with the skin of an orange. Finish with Modelo Especial. Is that what the Johnny Silverhand finally wound up being? Actually, didn't sound half bad. Sounds interesting. Sounds challenging. I wonder what I've got in the house right now, booze-wise. I realize I have no idea. I should check. I still enjoy a mixed drink from time to time. Life's consumed by Cyberpunk 2077 as of late. We're going to have some Cyberpunk around here before long. Before long, the Monster Fight Club minis from the Cyberpunk Combat Zone tabletop game will be shipping. They're in Siocast. I ordered a bunch of them, so we're going to get into some Cyberpunk painting. We'll probably have that going for a little while, and that'll be a good chance for me to use a lot of my really bright neon colors in oil, because you got to get, like, you know, the big tall collars with the neon and shit, and crazy hair colors. We're going to have a lot of fun with that. Here we have from Nocturnus, our good friend Nocturnal Miniatures, working on them Old Dominion from Conquest. These are, I believe, the Micro Art Studio bases. Those are looking real nice. I'm liking how the bronze, brassy color is coming together here. Kind of like a little greenish here on the undead faces. Little splash of red up there for some interest. It looks like we echo that on the center of the shield here. Nice. Very nice. Rather have Adam Jensen cyber... I mean, who wouldn't? But I mean, you know, Rio, he never asked for this. Oh, this is from Elric's. Oh, I don't know why I assume MicroArts. I knew Elric was doing some. I've got a bunch of his bases, like actually right here. Yeah. Elric's hobby. Dude, Elric is a fucking fantastic base maker. All of my Death Guard are on Elric's Hobbies bases. Well, very, very nicely done, Nocturnal, and I'm glad to see more Old Dominion coming together. It pleases me to no end to see Conquest gaining, and not just gaining, but maintaining popularity, because often that is the trick, but with minis like this, it definitely helps. Very, very cool work, Nocturnal. First 3 rusted undead. That's right. You're doing yours, as I recall you said last time, as if they're coming up out of the dirt. I can't bring myself, Nocturnal Miniatures, I'm going to tell you my internal strife right in this moment. I can't bring myself to counter-advertise my own product against a maker that I like as much as Elric's Hobbies. I can't bring myself to do it. I'm just going to say, I also make bases for Conquest. They do have magnet sockets. It's really awkward saying that in this particular context, but it's true. I guess if I can't push my own shit on my stream, when can I? They look great, though. That's something. Yeah, you go, Walter. Thank you. I like the whole theme of these guys, Nocturnal, and I don't know if you've considered it, but you doing like rusted, kind of pulled themselves up from the dirt. Little clumps of dirt on the bottom edges of the shield or something could be cool. Like if you see the little clump of grit and maybe like a few strands of grass sticking out of it, that could help to sell the effect overall. Like they literally just pulled themselves out of the dirt, you know? I do have... I need to do more designs. It's on my list of things to do, but I have 2 styles of Conquest base that are just fucking Magnet City, USA. Here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Here's the progress on the Demogorgon. Taking a lot of work, and it has been about 35 hours of brushwork so far. Pretty happy with its progress. Also, I found out why other artists love painting large models now, right? You can really lean into that texture. You can do color transitions across huge, broad areas. You can do so many things with big models. They're a pain to handle, but compared to trying to get transitions across these little inch-high motherfuckers, it is such a nice break. It is such a nice break, and this is looking so fucking good. The skin texture, the depth of the color you have on the musculature, loving the way the mouths are coming together. I really like this kind of dirty fur coming back across the Demogorgon's neck. That's super effective. Is it fur or are they spines? These are spines on the arms, but we kind of share that color with... I guess they could be like quills, maybe. I can't really see them up close. Yeah, maybe if I pull it up, I can see it a little bit closer. They look like they could be quills, or just really, really stiff hairs. Either way, loving the how you've got like some of the warm colors and the yellows worked in down on the underside, sort of coming down to the feet. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Semi-Serious Nerd. Could use a green or something. Yeah. Just a little something in there to give it a little bit more punch. Definitely. Well, Sumatha, I would assume that, particularly the Demogorgon, like, what situations are going to use this in for tabletop gaming? Well, you're going to use it with the Demogorgon module from Dungeons & Dragons. So this is one piece you've got to bring with you for one or a handful of sessions of a D&D game, maybe. This isn't like a wargame mini where you're going to be transporting it for every single game that you play. I figured this is more than likely going to be a display piece for 99.99999% of its life. At the same time, when it does appear on the table, when some players face the Demogorgon, this is so much more intimidating than the old Ralpartha one. Holy crap. Here we have from Emerald Sun Dice. Here's my first try painting with almost 100% oils. I use Typhus Corrosion first on the weapon for texture. That's a trick I've used in the past that I quite like. These colors came out nice and vibrant. Now, I remember you said you feel like you're not really blending your oils. You feel like you're just kind of pushing them around. And I think I gave you some tips earlier. Most notably, primer can be real tricky in that way. Now, you said you are pre-glazing, where you put down a darker color and then you work in your colors on top of that. But I do recommend Stynal Res. It seems to be kind of the best primer. The paint just stays pretty thick and gloopy. So I don't know how much you're thinning your paints, Emerald Sun Dice. But your first layer of paint that goes down in oil should be a lot of solvent. It should be really, really thinned down. And then each successive paint that you put on top and blend in should be just a little fattier. I really feel like the fat over lean is what's going to help you as far as getting that done, because it absolutely helped me. And I just think about it as like I thin my paint the most when I start, and by the time I get to the end of my paint session, I'm only thinning it like a little bit. So you got a nice fatty paint going down on top, and that way your lower layers are going to dry much faster, and then that gives your upper layers time to dry, and it all just sticks together better. It absolutely does, poor Jack. Yeah, you don't want anything satiny, and a lot of acrylic primers can come out kind of satiny, but Stynel Res, in my experience, has always gone down real nice and stains very, very well for oil paint. Really, really liking the paint job overall, though. I dig the stonework here with the kind of like gross, mossy, moldy green you've got going on. I love the transition from the dark. And see, this is an opportunity where oil paints can really shine, because like if you come in here with like some dioxazine purple or some quinacridone, quabity magenta, and you get it in here and then you blend that out into your green, oh ho, 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 ho. That's the business right there. Those contrasting transitions are just lovely. But the blending seems to be going well so far. I think your red is reading a little bit flat. A little bit flat. This is another great opportunity to work in some blues, maybe some purples. You know? I like that you haven't brought it up too high, though. It doesn't read as pink, it reads as red, which is the most important thing. All in all, though, this is really nice work. When you said you were having trouble with oils, I didn't expect your first piece to look this good. I think it's coming along real nice, Emerald Sun. And I hope that I've given you some advice you can actually use today. God knows. Here we have from Wombat Combat Prime. Before I took the advice from Thunderhead and Barkax... Oh, hold on. Let's see it. That's right. This is the one we saw before. Captain Silver, after I took said advice, hit me with that CNC. Well, it's darker. It's definitely bluer, and I like how you've done the glazes. Now, we need a few more highlights. Sharp highlights, because this does read better. This reads flat. Everything is sort of the same. I love our focal points here, because you can see we're really focused here, top of the shoulder, top of the knee. What we need are just a few sharp highlights in between. Edge of the skull here. Maybe the rivets down here that are sticking out. Tip of the toe could use a little bit of highlighting. The belt buckle could use some highlights on it. And I'm talking just grabbing edges at this point. But I'm loving the overall composition of the shadows, and it's definitely reading a little bluer to me at this point. So I think we're moving in the right direction, Wombat Combat. This is just a matter of degrees. Because, yeah, you see, like, this just reads as flat. This looks like silver armor in heavy shadow. So just think about, like, when you look at metal, how individual edges will just catch that light when they're upturned. So anything that's upturned, like the edge of the belt buckle, like the top of the knee, anything that's upturned, grab it with that light. Same thing for, like the tip of the finger and the first knuckle, and maybe a tiny little bit on the next knuckle. Maybe just these two. They'll just help sell the shape of the hand from the front, you know. But again, I think we're absolutely moving in the right direction. Here we have from Gus Schultz, the Black Marauder is done. It's payment for some 3D printed heads I need and I've been waiting for. It'll be given away as a prize at an upcoming Battletech tournament. Well, if that isn't exciting, I don't know what. Oh my god. I like how he kind of has a dog skull, doesn't he? Like, this would normally be the cockpit, and it's turned into, like, the nasal cavity on a skull. And then there's this little divot here it's like an eye socket that's almost been sealed over. I'm reading this like a dog skull. But then with these nasty, fucked up train wreck teeth. I like it. I like it a lot, Gus Schultz. Needs more orifices. Oh, thank you for bringing that word into the conversation for Gadarung. I really appreciate that. It's a wonderful mod. I like it.
Looks hungry. The tongue is a nice touch, too. Wonderful. Like the beast from Homeworld Cataclysm got into Battletech. Gus Schultz, really, really lovely. Riot Sister. Hello there, yourself. Oh my god, I've got to put that into this overlay. Love coming in on Randomorph. I shouldn't read that sentence out loud. That's a horrible sentence. That works on many levels, none of which are good. Let's go down to what Trotsky's posting. Painting a friend's Song of Ice and Fire minigame. Damn, that green. Oh, that's a nice green. Hold on. I just saw. Yeah, Trotsky. This is a lovely green. Look at that. We got a lot of contrast, and your highlights are nearly yellow. And it just reads so well. It's such a vibrant green. If I were going to do anything to this green, it would just be complementary shadows, and even that is so optional because your base green is nice and dark, and your highlights are that lovely yellow color. Damn. Tried to just touch yellow. Trotsky, this looks fantastic. This looks fucking fantastic. I love this. Which force is this for Song of Ice and Fire? I've played that game a little bit. And it is actually a surprisingly good game that I wish got more attention. Are these the Baratheon model? Okay, I guess, yeah, he has a hammer. He has a hammer, so of course he's gonna be a Baratheon model. That was the faction that I played as, interestingly enough. Gorgeous. Yeah, no, this green is fucking fantastic. Trotsky, I'm not gonna say shit. I'm not gonna give any advice, because this looks great. You know what my advice is, Trotsky? Do more of this. That's gonna read so damn well on the tabletop. Please do. Here we have from Gimishkar. I suppose I've been feeling pretty good recently. Fun little sketch exercise. Build up a block of yellow, then draw on top of it. This is the battle bus. What the... What? This is the bottom. And there's like a shelf with a cannon. And then we go up further and there's... Okay. Urban Mech Mark 1. Meanwhile, in the periphery. Very cool Gimishkar. Here we have from Zafir. Tau battle suits work in progress. Ghost Keel more complete than the Riptide. Chat. Which one's the Ghost Keel? Somebody help me out. Which one's the Ghost Keel? Just say it real quiet so nobody can tell, but I don't know. I can't be getting conflicting answers like this. This isn't helpful. Hold on. Ghost Kill more complete. So this has to be Ghost Kill because it's more complete. I figured, I knew all along that this is a Ghost Kill and this is a Riptide. I am very familiar with modern Tau mecha. Clearly. How could I not be? Now, bullshit aside, I love this paint scheme. I really do. First of all, really nice work on the basing. Great use of raw materials, and I would assume largely found stuff, though some of it may be purchased. But the dark gray overall, the almost like just value sketched overall look, and then that kablow fucking pink magenta. It looks great on the drones. It looks great on the Ghost Keel. It's I'm sorry. It has been a long time since I've looked at new Tau models. Good posing on this. I've seen this guy posed a few times and always thought he looked like he was taking a shit. But this sort of uneven with the one leg much higher actually works really nicely. Mostly complete. Still need to finish the base, a few more edge highlights, and finalizing a few things. Getting the goddamn Ghost Keel, Shinji. No, this is great, and I like... The head obviously reminds me of a Titanfall, I think probably on purpose. I'm sure they knew what they were doing when they did that. I recognize the burst cannons. That's something, right? Yeah. Literally the last time, just to give you some reference, the last time I played Tau or painted Tau models was before the new stealth suits came about. I was painting the stealth suits that didn't have the big weird torso piece on them. That's how long ago it was. They were metal models, for God's sake. As a fully modeled interior, really? Well, you know, I complain about Games Workshop. I absolutely complain about Games Workshop, but the one thing I will never say is that they make shitty models. They make some of the best damn models on the market. And man, the amount of posability in this kit is fantastic. You have really made these... Because I've seen these models posed before, but the dynamic way you've done these, it's so evocative. So evocative. Really, really lovely work, Zephyr. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That color scheme is hot. I love it. I love it. Is that what they are? The X-15s? I just remember them being stealth suits. I guess they changed the numbers. Yeah, it always does, doesn't it, Coral? Models are the one thing that keeps them alive. If their models weren't so good, they'd never get away with their business. No, I absolutely do agree. If GW didn't have fantastic fucking models, they wouldn't have a business, period. But they do, so they do. You know? And, the quality of the models just isn't enough to bring me back, but I do love seeing them done up like this. Lovely. Lovely design, lovely work. Here we have from Grey Mail, 3 of the 4 little sea monsters are done. These guys are 20 to 25 millimeters tall. Pufferfish guy is last up. Sharkman is my favorite. Sharkman with random fucking lobster claw. This is my favorite. Look at him. Our little Onomite friend over here terrifies me. The Sawfish guy is kind of adorable with his little trident, but I love little Sharkman. So cute. I like the simple differentiation of their skin tones. We got a blue over here, sort of a cool gray, and then over to this kind of warm, almost lavender, very desaturated magenta. And the last up is going to be Pufferfish guy. Huh? Well, I'm excited. I'm excited, Grey Mail. Nice work. The old ones are the X-15s? Okay, then yeah, the last Tau models I painted were X-15 stealth suits. It was quite some time ago. Here we have from Avash. Look at all them bolt-action figures coming together. We got tanks assembled. We got a... Well, I know what this is. I know what this is. Damn it, what is this? This is a really cool little vehicle that I remember reading a lot about years ago, and I have forgotten the name of it. It was an extremely versatile little platform. I know that it had its production problems, but it was used during the war for a lot of different things. Bren Carrier, thank you. Yes, Bren Carrier. Oh, my vast gaps of historical war knowledge are showing. Disgusting. Love our little gun team over here on the big old base. I've been looking at Warlord a bit more lately. Beyond the Gates of Antares just released its 2nd edition rules, but they're also moving away from Warlord for production, so I'm curious to see where that goes. Yeah, these are the Canadian forces, I figured. Damn good assembly work. Damn good assembly work, Avash. I look forward to seeing some more work get done on them. Here we have from Stoneflesh, Bronte from Black Rose Wars. I think we've seen some stuff from Black Rose Wars before. Really, really detailed and heavily stylized figures. Very nice work. It's a very warm model overall. Lots and lots of warm tones, so I appreciate the little breaks in it. Cool tones in the basing. His hair's still pretty warm. It's kind of a warm off-white, but then the blue on the hammer. If I were going to give any suggestions on this, I might replicate that blue in a few more areas. Like down here in the armband or somewhere down here, just because it's a lot of warmth. The eye is looking fucking fantastic, though. I really do like the hair as it is. The yellow-orange transition for this kind of fiery effect on the hammer and the armor is a very, very cool touch. I dig it. I like it, Stoneflesh. Here we have from Sahur Penu. Almost done save for the hair and touching up some scraped-off paint and some boo-boos. Her face is a little green. Do you think using dark purple lowlights and more red highlights or using a darker and lighter version of the current red-violet blend would be better? If we're talking for the hair, I assume, yeah, dark purple lowlights, more red highlights, using darker... I honestly, you're going to get a better effect out of going from purple to red. That extra bit of contrast is going to do you a lot of good when it comes to hair. Painting hair can be very tricky. It has a very particular sheen to it. But yeah, if you go with dark purple mostly down here, and then around sort of the crown, pick up a line of brighter red highlights, I think you're going to like how this comes out. That purple to red is going to look nice. Yeah, exactly. The gradient is going to be a lot more visually effective. Overall, though, I'm loving the look of this. Your brushwork has come a long way, man. This is already cleaner than work we've seen in the past. I'm digging the highlights. I think the back of the leg. This is working the best. You might even tone down some of these desaturated highlights you have on the gold up here. Keep them more in this range. And if you're going to go as high as this, like, ice yellow, restrict that to edges like you have done on the knee here. Like, these highlights look good. Lovely. Lovely work. It's the sable brush. Yeah, it definitely helps when you're not fighting your tools. Here we have from Valfera, Cortana and her crystal cage are done. The hand is at stage 1. Finishing needs a bit more putty and smoothing work done before ointing, which, you know, we do that around here too. Along with the chip. The hand is a blown up converted Iron Man gauntlet. Yeah, that's right. So we've seen this guy before. But it's coming together and it's getting finished, and then there's our Cortana chip. And here is, oh my lord. Oh no. This better not awaken anything in me. Going a little digital cage too. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
You saw Storm Report, thought he read Rule 34. It's a common mistake. It's a common mistake, Valfera. Here we have from Gimishkar, filled the page. Space speeder bike, tractor, and Kickstarter terrain building join the battle bus, plus possible 3D design goodies. Oh my god. Oh, this is cool. I've always liked, like, I always think of Castlevania when I see structures like this. Like, you know, you think of Dracula's castle in Castlevania, how it has his study is extended up, off the main structure. That's a very, very cool idea, though. I dig that big time. This is looking pretty cool over here. I like how you've blocked it out very simply and sort of designed around that. This is, like a combat sled? God only knows. Sketching, man. It's a habit that I'm trying to do more of. Totally 3D printable, am I right? You know? Yes. It is. And I'll tell you how. This is fine. And if you draw a line from here to here at, say, a 30-degree angle so that it could be supported, and then cut this structure off along that same line and print this separately and then have this attach to the bottom. You could have almost all of this be a solid supported piece, and then you just attach the bottom to give it that sort of top-bottom, not symmetry, but the sort of elbow on the bottom of the building. It could absolutely be done. Could absolutely be done, and supportless, mind you. Here we have from Splinter Brush Studios, on your left, you son of a bitch. This is what I get. This is what I get for complimenting Splintered Brush Studio. Oh, you're doing a little OSL. Let me just come in here with my incredibly nice freehand on flesh tones. And let's not be completely distracted. Let's not be completely distracted by this admittedly gorgeous freehand tattoo work here. Let's take a moment and look at the texture that we have coming across these hand wraps. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Let's take a moment and take in the lavender stubble from the short-shorn purple hair. This is lovely, and this transition from skin tone and the texturing that we have, this is wonderful. Now, I don't need to tell you people that Splintered Brush Studio is an incredibly talented painter. You can just look at your screen and see that for yourself. But Splintered Brush is one of my favorite follows right now, as far as some of the texturing and detail. Look at this. That reads so well. God damn. I said it once before, I'll say it again. I would like to be Splinter Brush when I grow up. That's one of my goals. That's one of my goals as a streamer. This is lovely. Compared to I have to think of the one time I did Cherry Blossoms and how primitive they are by comparison. Now, another point that was brought up earlier, this is a larger piece. This is a larger piece, and I'm not saying larger pieces are easier. I prefer to say that larger pieces give us more canvas to work with, to really stretch our legs and to do fun things like all this free. I can't help but notice the full moon. This just stood out to me, that the full moon is disappearing under the shoulder, which is a lovely touch because it implies that, you know, this is a tattoo this person got and they don't always wear body armor. Why would they? At the same time, though, I feel like all we're missing here is like the two wolves howling at the moon, like something you would airbrush on a t-shirt or the side of a panel van, you know? I'm just saying, like the cherry blossoms are lovely. I like the Japanese-inspired artwork down here. I'm just saying, consider making it a two-wolf moon, or maybe a wizard. You know, maybe a wizard could be shooting a lightning bolt or something like that. You know, if I was a badass cyber soldier and I was getting a tattoo, it would probably be of a wizard. But maybe that's just me. God damn it, Splintered Brush. Yeah, on your left, indeed. You know what? I'm fine with it. At least I'm on the track, baby. Here we have from Jack Tor. I can't take photos for shit, but here's my newest addition to the Rust Revenant's model in oils, base in acrylics. Also, it's violet, not blue. My photos just suck. Jack Tor. Have you seen? How do I say this without casting aspersions on anyone? Taking photos is hard. But of the photos that I see, Jack Tor, this is pretty good. I just think it's funny that the one person who comes in here going, I'm not good at taking photos, is giving me better photos than I will often get. I don't feel inclined to give necessarily any advice on photography to someone who has clearly set themselves up at least a temporary light box, put down something that is kind of a light-absorbing neutral surface, and is using plenty of directed light to take a good photo. I can tell what's going on here. That's true of all minis. I've said it once, I'll say it. I've said it 1,000 times. If I've said it once, I said it once, I'll say it 1,000. How does that phrase go? If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. That's the phrase. Taking pictures of models is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. The fact that you're trying to learn at all is a good sign. Give yourself some time. And if you need some advice on that, I'm happy to give it on the Discord. I'm loving the base. I like how dusty this is. Now, you said the base is in acrylics and the model is in oil. Yeah, the model's in oil. And, oh my god, you can tell it has some really nice transitions there. I really like how stark and contrasting the detail here is on the wrap. It really helps me see the texture. Damn, that blue is nice. This is an interesting scheme for Death Guard, and I like the way that you're balancing the largely cool, as you said, it's more of a purple than a blue. Is that what you said? Violet, not blue. Okay, so I'm definitely getting the violet in there. It's a very blue violet, but the fact that that is contrasted against your warm rust, which this looks wonderful, by the way. I can really see the kind of chip detail on the edge of the... That's a plague flail, right? Damn nice work. Yeah, but contrasting that against your warm rusty tones and like the pink sort of warm tendril coming out, this looks fantastic. This is great. Straight dioxazine. This is straight dioxazine? Okay. So that's a good reference point because it doesn't look like dioxazine. What could be throwing it off? That is curious. Something funny's going on there. Maybe it's your white balance. If you're using automatic settings, maybe your phone is throwing it off with the white balance. That's something I might actually want to analyze, because yeah, it looks more like dioxazine purple from this angle than it does here. This looks very blue. This looks a bit more like dioxazine. Your camera phone blue shifts it. Yeah, if you're using the automatic settings, there's usually a pro mode on camera phone
like in your camera app. There'll be a pro mode where you can sort of take control of all those little settings. It's worth getting to know those features so that you can really fine tune this. All in all, this is a lovely paint job though. Well applied weathering, interesting basing details that don't draw too much attention away from the model, good rust effects, excellent choice of highlight location, good contrasting tones. I like the metal work. It's simple but effective. Really, this is a great model. Finished your redneck space robot snail side. Okay. Fantastic. Really, though, this looks great. And if you want to work on your photography, I will give what advice I can. But the paint job looks great. Here we have from Leaf Painting, upgrading some old work. That doesn't work, does it? That's too bad. Breach, thank you so much for the follow. Again, welcome to the channel, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I've been doing a lot of oil painting lately, too, Torch. You'll catch me doing acrylics when I'm, like, speed painting a bunch of troops, but when I go to a character, I pretty much go straight to oils. So I was actually talking about this effect earlier for using on my Count Moorgrave, my Space Dracula. I might rip you off a little bit, Teef. God, I just... Why did I say Teef? It's Leaf. I said Teef because I'm looking at an orc, and I was thinking Eef, and I just went right to Teef. This is some lovely work. There's a lot going on here. This is a good kind of lesson in that broad composition and shading that I was talking about earlier. Like, you can leave some big, nasty shadows on your mini. You really can, as long as you draw on the eye to those focal points, like the edges and tips of our power claw over here, like our focal point right here in the center, sort of circling the head, drawing attention to the red glow and the nasty glowing eyes, like again these little glows over here on the weapons. You don't need to do every little detail, you just need to hit those points that are really going to sell the overall effect, and lovely, very natural work on the basing. Looks very, very believable. Oh yeah. This right here is the reason I use black backgrounds. Honestly. It just, you can see things so much better. Like, look how much sharper this looks against the black background without your eye processing all that white. You can see the colors better for that matter. This is gorgeous rust work. Simple, straightforward, effective, not overdoing anything, but making good choices as you paint. And that is so important. That is so important when you're painting minis. You want to tell yourself it's all about doing the complicated techniques. It's all about paying attention to every little detail. It's all about working harder, but it's about working smarter, and this is some incredibly smart work. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, Leaf, and thank you for sharing. Why did I not get a notification for that? F48K, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. Wait, hold on. My notifications are all fucked up, because F48K is the one who just followed, and I should have thanked a moment ago, but I thanked Breach. Breach followed an hour ago. Oh my god! I'm such a good streamer. I'm so on top of what's going on. It's just that my activity feed, for whatever reason, has been delayed and weird today. Well, F4, thank you so much for the follow, anyway. I'm so glad we don't actually have a pro streamer command. That would be embarrassing. So pro. So pro, here we have from Sumitha. Because of unplanned missed stream, second submission for tonight. Pyralis artwork in progress update for Operation Lancaster. Added Colonel and Lawrence in color, albeit not finished just yet, as well as the other details. The feel of this image is really starting to come together properly for her part. Pyralis is hoping to finish this in the next week or so. Lawrence is a woman who would never openly admit she needs support, but, well, you know as well by now. You know by now, as well as I do. I'm going to complain about your sentence structure. You know by now, as well as I do, the burden she carries with her. And for that matter, the comfort that one can find in animals that you can't necessarily in other people. That is something that I sympathize with in a big way. It is often easier to open up to our more honest, more primitive companions than it is our thinking friends. Not that animals don't think. That's a poor choice of words. Our arguably more superficial compatriots. Isn't Sumitha some kind of writer or something? He is. He is.
which makes that sentence unforgivable. This is fucking gorgeous. I'm sorry. I'm taken with this. First of all, the addition of Anne Lawrence corrects maybe the one thing that always stood out to me when I saw this, where I was like, it's a little funny, which is the pose of our dragon. This completes it. This makes sense of it. I love the way her head is going behind it. You can see her temple is pressed against this cheek. That's lovely. I love how she is in shadow, but she is catching some of the fading light, as is the edge of the horns here. It's just a little bit, but it's there. And then we have our light source all the way over here, and these gorgeous, fluffy, rosy clouds. Again, this is the view outside my house on a good day, on a good evening, and it looks so real to me. This is incredibly well done. I don't even see, like, so often in work like this, I see the painting. My mind goes into analysis mode, and I see, oh, you did this color here, you did this color here. I start to break apart how it's done. But my mind is struggling to do that in this case. I look at this and I see clouds. And it's so much of it. It's not just what's done here. It's the light catching here. It's the light catching in the waterfall. It's the light catch. It's everything else. It's all these subtle touches that just makes my brain see what's there. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous work. And holy crap. I will say money well spent on a commission. Indeed. And thank you so much for continuing to share that with us, Sumitha, but that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and as many of you well know, the end of tonight's stream. Oh, let's find out who we're raiding tonight. I know a lot of people might be turning in, but I'm going to give you my spiel anyway. If you feel like, sticking around for just a couple minutes to go with the raid, I always try to send you to somebody who is worth checking out. So if you feel like sticking around for a minute, go with the raid, check out the stream, and consider dropping a follow. Because discoverability is... Why can't I get back to the main Twitch page? There we go. Discoverability here on Twitch is basically non-existent, so a lot of us have to kind of rely on one another to spread the word. Crocodire's going, Wombat Combat's going. We don't get to raid Crocodile hardly any, do we? Hardly ever. He's not on very often, but he's been on more lately, so why don't we do that? Why don't we go ahead and let me make sure... Okay, we've fucked up raids recently, so let me take a look at Crocodile, make sure he's actually streaming. Make sure he's not about to stop or something. Oh no, he's doing some... Oh, he's been going for a while, hasn't he? Let me see what Wombat Combat's up to. He's been going for a while, too. Oh, he's working on that piece that we just saw in the Storm Report. Alright, we're not going to raid Crocodile right now. I am going to toss it over to Wombat Combat because that is on topic. He is literally working on a figure that he just showed us in the Storm Report, and I would love to see how that is going for him. So let's get that started up, and away we go, folks. Thank you so much. 1942 Thomas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's okay, Thomas. I love seeing you here, and I'll tell you what. We're going to be back. Specifically Tuesday the 10th, just 2 days from now. We're going to be back at our usual time. We're going to be building Forge Fathers for Mantic's Firefight. Look at all the magnets. Aren't the magnets wonderful? Look at them. They're fantastic. I love them. We're going to be building our Firefight combat force of Space Dwarfs. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. And then we're going to try to paint them all this week. We're going to be speed painting on Thursday the 12th. Those same Forge Fathers. We'll be back Sunday to either finish off this Vader, depending on how much work I get done this week, or to start in on our limited edition Luke Skywalker, one way or the other. It is, isn't it, Journeyman Paint Hour? And thank you for asking, Elder Nesala. It was excellent. I had a good stream. And on that note, I need to thank everyone who joined me today. This was a fantastic stream. I had a great time. A huge thank you for the raids that we got today. Particularly, oh my god, yeah. I'm running out of time. Thank you all. I'll see you next time. Keep on painting.